Hi everybody, Kerry here. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an intro for the stream that I did on Sunday this past weekend. I sewed up the Wildwood wrap dress by Sew House 7 from start to finish. So I started by cutting it out and then spent all day sewing it from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It was super fun. I did take a lunch break and a couple of other breaks, but it was a long haul. And I just wanted to let you know the audio quality on some parts of this video did not turn out the way that I wanted them to. And you know what? Sometimes that's just how it goes. I think it's still good enough. I think you can still understand what I'm saying. So I'm just gonna roll with it. I will also say that because I was sewing this whole thing live, it is a little bit slow if you're just trying to watch it all at once. So my recommendation is to use the chapter titles on YouTube if you're watching it on YouTube and just skip ahead to the part that you are needing help with. My other tip is to go to the settings on the video and you can actually up the speed of the video so that you can watch it back faster than it was recorded in. So I think that's all, but if you have any questions or any requests for future sew-alongs or anything of the sort, please go ahead and put those in the comments if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're watching somewhere else, you can either send me a DM or comment wherever you're watching. Yeah, like, comment, subscribe, all those good things, and I will see you next time. Bye. Hello, everybody. We are officially live. We are going to be doing a sew-along of the Wildwood wrap dress today. This is a pattern from Sew House 7, and it is a fabulous pattern. I'm super excited to make it again with you live today. I just taught a class on this about a week ago, and my students resoundingly requested that I go ahead and do a sew along for them to help finish their projects. So here is an example of the dress we're going to be making today. It's a lovely wrap style dress, and it has this beautiful belt, nice wide obi style belt that goes around the center. So we're going to be making it in a quilting cotton, which not every apparel pattern works with a quilting cotton, but this is one of the patterns that really does. I keep hitting the microphone. I'm sorry about that. This pattern really works with quilting cotton. So I did a little vote on social medias. Let me put that down. Between these two fabrics right here, we've got this lovely evil eye pattern, as well as this brown geometric. And the votes ended up winning the brown geometric fabric, so we're going to go with that today. But don't fear, fans of the green fabric. I'm sure I'll be sewing something else out of that soon. So we're going to start with the cutting today. I promised my students that we would go completely start to finish. So we're going to start cutting, and I'm going to be doing this. This pattern has two views. The longer view is view B. The shorter view is view A. So we're going to be doing view B if I have enough fabric, which I'm pretty sure I do, but we're about to find out. So let's pull out the instructions and get rolling. And I am going to be starting with the largest pieces of the pattern, which are the skirt pieces. So I'm going to flip the fabric completely open. So at one point, I made the shorter version of the skirt, so I cut off the bottom edge of the skirt pieces. So I am just going to be taping those back on so that I can get that full length on here. And I am not really being a perfectionist about this right now. Kind of taping as close to lined up as I can get. But the nice thing about paper patterns is you can kind of cut them up and then put them back together. For the sake of time, I will often pin a pattern piece down, but we're going to just use pattern weights. And I don't have more than 6 of them, so we're going to get creative. That should do. So if your paper pattern pieces ever get super wrinkly,
Might need to scoot this up a little bit. You can actually iron them. I would not recommend ironing on top of the Scotch tape, but other than that, ironing your paper pieces on a low setting can be very helpful. So I'm using a 28mm rotary cutter to cut this out. And I prefer the small one for cutting out pattern pieces just because I find it more maneuverable than the larger rotary cutter sizes. And I kind of just walk my fingers along the fabric while I'm cutting so that it doesn't get all bunched up. I've got a big old cutting mat underneath here, so I'm not just cutting onto my wooden desk. So in terms of sizing, it looks like I'm doing a size 16, which is what I've done in the past. In a future stream, I'll probably give some tips about choosing the right size and everything, but today I'm kind of just trying to race against time and in a high quality, not too rushed way, complete this dress in a single day. So I already figured out all of my sizing and everything, and we're just going to cut it out and sew it, probably with some breaks in between. Okay, so I've got my first pattern piece here. I am going to come in with some scissors and mark my notches. So the notches are really important to keep track of. Sorry, my earring is hitting my mic. The notches are important because they are where you're going to line things up together, typically. They're kind of like reference points in the pattern. So you definitely always want to mark those notches. I like to mark them by doing a little like 1/8 inch to 1/4 inch trim into the edge of my fabric. If you are a beginner, I would be careful with that because if you cut too far in, you can cut past your seam allowance and then you're going to have a hole in your garment or whatever you're sewing. So make sure that your notch is tiny enough to not do that, but not so big that it will, not so small that you won't be able to see it. Also important. And also with my scissors, I'm just going to come in here and see if there's anything I need to sort of like finesse after the rotary cutter. Double checking that I got all my notches before I take my pattern piece off. Looks like I did. Okay. So another fun tip after you've cut your pattern piece out, if you want to, you can leave your pattern piece pinned right onto that piece of fabric. I don't like to do that because I don't like having the tissue everywhere, but what I do, if I can find it, is I grab some painter's tape, one of the most valuable sewing tools, and a pen, and I'm just going to write the pattern piece name and number onto the tape and tape it onto this piece so that I don't forget it. So this is piece number 4, left front skirt. And I'm just going to stick that right on there for future reference. Okay, one down. Okay, I'm going to keep my pattern pieces nearby so that I can reference them later, but for now I'm just going to put this in a pile of complete cut out pieces, and I'm also going to do the same for my fabric. Oh, my kitty's coming to join us. Shiva, you want to hang out over here? No, she doesn't. So this section right here is not going to be wide enough for the other skirt piece, so I'm going to save it for something else later. I'm just going to scoot this up a little bit. And grab skirt piece number 2. I don't usually like pulling on my fabric once it's on the cutting table when there's a bunch of weight on top of it because it can get kind of twisted. So I always kind of try to get the fabric arranged as nicely as possible before laying out my pattern piece and cutting. All right, so same thing as I did before, I'm gonna have to tape this back on before cutting it out. So this tissue obviously is a bit fragile, so taping it can go awry. I think it's totally fine, but it rips really easily. Another reason I kind of prefer to get PDF patterns either printed or I actually have a projector up on the ceiling here. So this pattern is from the before times, before I had the projector, and it's still in this tissue form, but all of the patterns that I use that I bought more recently are usually projector patterns or PDF patterns that I project right onto the fabric. So now I am just aligning this with the grain line of the fabric. This line right here should be parallel to the edge over here. We're just going to do our best to get that parallel to this. Okay, we're going to call that pretty good. Let's go for it. Oh, we have more pattern weights. Okay. Once again, just kind of walking my fingers along next to where I'm cutting with the rotary cutter. Of course, not getting in the way of the rotary cutter because that wouldn't go well. Another rotary cutting tip is to place your body at an angle where you have good leverage. And as soon as you start feeling like you don't, or if your hand's going to bump into something, just stop rotary cutting and readjust yourself. Gonna mark my notches on this one as well. So other ways to mark notches, you could use a like a marking tool, like just a pencil or a pen or a tailor's chalk. I don't really recommend using an iron off or a friction pen for the notches because as soon as you iron your piece for the first time, they're all going to disappear. And then you won't have them anymore, and you'll be very sad. Okay, got those ones. Just double checking. I got all the notches. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Okay, we're notched. Let's go. Once again, I'm just going to put my paper pattern piece aside and then put a piece of tape marking what this is. Paper pattern piece. Focus camera. And this is the right front skirt. Another thing you can use this painter's tape for is if your fabric doesn't have a very discernible right side versus wrong side, you can use a piece of tape to mark the front or the back so that you don't lose track of that. And that really just matters if your pattern pieces are asymmetrical, like a pair of pant legs, for example. Okay, pattern piece number 2 is cut out. Where did I put the other one? It's over here. Okay, which pattern piece should we do next? I think we should look at the list And we're going to see, I'm thinking we're going to do the front bodice pieces next. Back bodice piece is cut to opposites. Front bodice is also cut to opposites. Okay, let's do, you know, I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to do the back skirt first, because it's cut on the fold and I want to make sure we have enough fabric for everything. So I'm actually just going to turn around the fabric to the edge that I haven't cut on yet. Just folding it along the selvages, right sides together. There we go. It looks beautiful. Okay. We need the back skirt, which is here. Okay, here is our pattern piece. We are just going to flip it this way on the fold, and for the sake of fabric usage, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fold this fabric in a way to use less fabric. So I only need to fold it wide enough from one side in order to fit this piece on here. So I will show you what that looks like. So a little bit, I don't even need that much fabric. So I'll just back it up a little bit here. You're gonna make sure there's no wrinkles under it or on top. None of the layers need the wrinkles. Okay, let's see how that looks. Oh, it's perfect. Okay. Let's get some pattern weights on here. I have these clear glass pattern weights. You can kind of use anything. At the shop where I teach, we use washers, like big, heavy metal washers. Those work great. And I'll use that. Okay. I think we're ready to cut that out. Let's go. And when you've got 2 layers of fabric, it's even more important to be careful that if you're rotary cutting around your pattern piece, that it doesn't get bunched up. So sometimes I'll even take these pattern weights and put them pretty close to where I'm cutting as a way to prevent that from happening. It's kind of like having a ruler next to where you're using your rotary cutter, except that you're just running the blade along the edge of the pattern piece. And you're using visual cues instead of pushing your rotary blade against the ruler. I would not recommend cutting out patterns this way until you're very comfortable with the rotary cutter, I will say. Before that, I always would pin the pattern piece down to the fabric and cut around it with scissors. And it wasn't until I got my projector for cutting out patterns that I actually started experimenting with using the rotary cutter, and then I was converted. It is so much faster once you know how to do it properly. You do end up with a lot of pieces like this, like a big loop. So I often just cut those off because otherwise it's annoying. And that's just selvage edges, so it's not like we're gonna really need that piece of fabric later. Okay. Cutting our notches, and on this one, we're also gonna have to mark some darts. So I'm gonna do a notch at the top of each little dart leg. And what I've done is I've gone through and I've highlighted the dart line for my size. so that it's going to be really easy for me to mark. Let's mark the darts. So the way I like to do this is with some transfer paper, which basically one side of it has nothing on it and the other side has chalk or graphite or some sort of something that's going to rub onto the other surface when it is in contact with it. So then I'm going to trace on top of that with this tool, which is called a Hera pen. And they are amazing, H-E-R-A, like the goddess. So I'm going to put this so that the graphite, I'm going to actually get another piece so that I can just do 2 marks at once. But I want the graphite to be in contact with the fabric where I want to transfer the mark onto. And I use graphite for this because I know that it's not going to show through this fabric. If I were using a really lightweight, light colored fabric, I would not be using graphite. I'd probably be using like a chalk type of transfer paper. You can get them in all sorts of colors, but here's a yellow one, for example. So this has either wax or chalk on one side and then nothing on the other. I'm going to do this now. I do like to move some pattern weights nearby just so that my pattern piece stays in the right position. And then, I keep hitting my microphone. I'm sorry. I'm going to just run this hair pen kind of firmly. I like to scribble back and forth a little bit along those dart lines to transfer the mark onto the fabric. My pattern is getting a little bit bunched up here, but I'm not super worried about it because we're aiming for good enough. There we go. You can see those beautiful transferred darts right on there. Hopefully it's focusing. It has transferred the darts very strongly and visibly, so I feel good about that. I'm going to put this away. And I'm going to put it to the side for a moment because I know I'm going to need it on a future step. So, okay. This is the back skirt. All right. 3 pattern pieces down. This does have a lot of pieces to it, this wrap dress. So there's usually like a little inventory in the pattern of all of the pieces. And I like to just take a pencil. First of all, I've highlighted the ones that are for the version of the pattern that I want to make. And then I'm just going to check them off as I cut them. So I've done the front skirt, I've done the front right skirt, the front left skirt, and the back skirt so far. And there are other marks on here from other times I've used this pattern, so I'm just going to use a different mark. Okay, so we still have to do the front bodice, the back bodice, the pockets, the hem facings, the belt ties, the button loop, and then some interfacing. So we're getting there. We're going to do the bodice pieces next, both of which want to be cut to opposites. So I'm going to turn on the other camera really fast. Now we have a doggy. Look at this good girl. Good girl, Nuna. Are you sleeping on my wrap dress? You're so cute. Good girl. Okay, I'm going to leave that on because she's so cute. But you might see my legs. Sorry. So back to our cutting process. Now I've cut some off of this end and some off of this end of the fabric. So I've got a decent amount parts of the fabric cut out. So now I'm going to just use the space where I still have the full width of the fabric. I'm going to fold that back in half here and That looks good to me. I'm gonna go grab the 2 bodice pieces and see if we can fit them on there side by side. Okay, oh, we're going to fit them. It's beautiful. And I'm just gonna start by laying them out for, to see how I can fit them as closely as possible, because I try to save fabric, conserve fabric, I should say, so I can squeeze as much out of the yardage as I can. Okay, these look really good. I'm going to put pattern weights on them. So this front bodice piece has some pleats on here that we're going to need to mark with the graphite, like we did with the dart. So, oh, so many pattern weights. There we go. We're going to start by cutting out the front bodice because it's actually on my cutting mat, and then I will scoot the fabric a little bit and do the back bodice. Once again, I am just being very careful that my fabric doesn't bunch. There's a lot of like little zigzaggy points right down here, so if I can't get all the way to the end of them with my rotary cutter, I'm going to come in with those scissors so that I don't cut too far with my rotary cutter. I just like to be careful about that because it's easy to just go a little too far with the rotary cutter, and then you have cut into your pattern piece further than you wanted to, which is no fun. Same with little corners. Any of these like little corner areas, I like to be really careful about. So I'm going to cut in from both outside edges towards the corner, and then I'm going to use my scissors to just do the rest. Okay, getting that out of the way for the second. I'm going to mark my notches with my scissors. Once again, being careful not to mark your notches further than you need to, and I just totally forgot to cut this part off, so back to the rotary cutter. Less grumpy, so we're going to keep it on. Notches, notches, notches everywhere. Okay. Notches down here. So many notches. You got that one? Got that one. Okay. Notch check. We got them. We got them. And we got them. Okay. Back to the graphite to mark our pleats. I think I can get away with just one piece this time. I'm going to sandwich the fabric in between the folds of it. And for pleats, you're going to have, that out of the way, you're going to have some dots usually and some lines. So there's a line that you fold on and then you bring the 2 lines together. And we'll go more into that in the sewing portion of today. But for now, I'm going to draw the lines on with the graphite and my hairpin. Sometimes I like to add a little X on top of the dots. And same with the second pleat. Got a little off. Oh well. I could choose to also mark the fold line in there, but I'm going to leave it because I don't think I need it. And there is one more up here, one more pleat at the top. And on this one, you kind of like with the dart will want to highlight your size so that it's just really easy to see which markings you need to mark. Whenever whenever there's a marking on a pattern piece that correlates with the size, I like to highlight it. And for the sake of ease, I'm going to just use a second piece of graphite here. It's challenging to fold that one around for some reason. Okay. Make sure our pattern piece is still lined up with the fabric that we've cut out. And this one, I'm just going to do some X's on the 2 dots. I think that'll be plenty. Looks like they're showing up. Always double check that your markings have transferred. Otherwise, you might be sad later if they didn't. Okay, looks like we are good. We have got 2 front bodice pieces cut as a pair of opposites. And I'm going to write on this tape what they are. All right, let's get on to the back bodice piece. I've definitely abandoned ship at this point on the suggested cutout layout, but I do recommend taking a look at that when you're sewing something or when you're cutting something out. I just tend to improvise, but that sometimes has gotten me in trouble in terms of having enough fabric. Though also, on the other hand, when I improvise, I often save fabric, so it's a gamble. This is the dirty secret of sewing, that you're going to end up spending more time cutting and ironing than you are actually going to spend sewing. Okay, got my back bodice cut out. Let's mark those notches and get on to these smaller pieces, because now we've cut out all of our skirt pieces and all of our bodice pieces. All right, back bodice done. Hi, Nula. You're so cute. You're getting your hair all over my dress, but it's okay because I love you. What do we have left? Let's look at our checklist, wherever I happen to put it. It's over here. Here we go. Okay, checklist. We've done the bodices now. We need our pocket bags. Let's do, okay, so the method to my cutting madness is I tend to do the biggest pieces first and then find space for the smallest pieces from the fabric that I have left over. So the next biggest pieces, I think I'm going to do the belt and the belt ties next, just because they're long. I want to make sure I have enough length for them, which I absolutely do. So we're going to take this fine scrap, and looks like the front belt, which is piece number 11, needs 2 cut out. This pattern piece is definitely a little wrinkly, but I think I can manage just by putting enough pattern weights on it. Except for this little piece at the end here, which I'm just going to put a pin on. And I need to cut 4 of these belt ties, so I'm going to do one set right here and then one set right next to it. This one I am going to use pins for because it's too skinny for pattern weights. I'm going to scoot this down so that it's all on my cutting mat. It's a little bit off the edge there. And I'm going to use this pin bowl just as a weight so that the rest of my fabric doesn't pull the fabric this way as I'm cutting it. All right, let's go. So for these, I am going to get out a ruler because this is a long straight edge and it's just going to be so much faster and easier. I'm just going to put the ruler next to my pattern piece and just keep moving it along all the way down. Belt tie number 1.
So I'm actually just gonna scoot this over and line it up with the other edge just to make cutting a little bit faster so I don't have to cut around the edge that I already cut along. So for these smaller pattern pieces, I'm actually just going to leave them pinned onto the fabric after I cut them out because they're not such big pattern pieces that I feel like they're going to be unruly. And now I don't have to use tape to label these pieces because they're just going to stay attached to the pattern pieces.
Hopefully cutting will not take very much longer. Okay, what do we have left? Let's get this checklist out.
So at this point, all I have left to do is the pockets, the hem facing, and the interfacing. So close to being done.
Chopping off the weird bits. I have plenty more fabric still from the other end over here. So this was like 4.5 yards, I don't quite remember, of fabric. And for the long version of the pattern, let's see how much it calls for. It's not on here, it's on the package. Okay. Fabric requirements. Yeah, it's about 4.25 yards suggested for the size 16 in the long version. Oh wait, no, 4.75. Oh, I definitely had less fabric than that. So my crazy cutting technique is working again. Yeah, again, that crazy cutting technique, it's really kind of chaos cutting, but not really. There's a method to the madness. And the method is to cut out the biggest pieces first, make sure that you can lay those out on your fabric, and then fit all the small pieces in between. All right, back to this center back skirt hem facing. That looks pretty good. I'm going to use pins on this because it's skinny. The studio animals are the true star of the show. Okay, I have cut out the center back hem facing and marked my notches, taken all but one pin out, and I'm just going to keep that pinned on there.
So once again, the audio got super bad here. So basically what I'm doing in this portion of the video is pinning down the skirt hem facings for the front, left, and right skirt pieces and cutting them out and marking the notches. Okay, now I think I have all the facings cut out, so the only thing I have left to cut out from the fabric is the button loop and the 2 pockets. And then after that, all I need to do is the interfacing.
Focus on this beautiful piece of art. A button loop. Okay, I do believe that I'm gonna be able to get the pocket bags out of this just fine. Amazing. Just amazing. And I have this much fabric left over, which is not that much, but it's enough to make something else out of. Like a little bag to go with my dress. But let's be real, it's probably just gonna sit in a pile of scraps for a long time and languish there, cold and alone. So sad. All right, let's cut out some pocket bags. And we have pocket insets cut. We have pocket bags. Pocket bags. Oh, they're beautiful. All right, let's go to our checklist. See what we have left. We can put the rest of the fabric away. Okay, I am going to check off the hem facings and the button loop and the pocket bag and the pocket inset. Now all we have to do is pieces number 14 and 15. Goodbye, pencil. Pieces 14 and 15, which are the front belt interfacing and the pocket bag interfacing, not bag, just pocket interfacing. Do I have a scrap of interfacing that can be used for that little pocket interfacing bit? I definitely do. So this interfacing is just going to stabilize the edge of the pocket. And then the other interfacing piece is for that wrap belt. And I might actually cut 2 pieces of interfacing for that because I find that my wrap belts tend to get a little scrunched up, which is okay, but ultimately I would like them to lie a little bit flatter. So maybe I'll double interfacing on this one and see if that helps. It may or may not. All right, this is the pocket interfacing. I'm going to leave a little pin on it so that I don't lose it because it's so tiny and sad.
And the very last piece that I needed to cut out was the belt interfacing for the front. And once again, I decided to cut 2 pieces of this. Usually this pattern only calls for interfacing on one side of the front belt, but I wanted to see if it would help the belt lie a little bit more flat, which it actually seems to have done. Sneak preview.
We are complete with the cutting. So beautiful. All right. After lunch, we'll be sewing the Sew House 7 Wildwood wrap dress live on the internet from start to finish. Let's go. Okay, bye. And we're back, people. Oh my goodness. We're going to do a little mic test now because it was being real crackly before. So I'm waiting to hear from my biggest fan, aka my husband, upstairs. Does it crackle? All right, my friends, let's sew a dress, okay? Okay. Sewing time. And here we are, ready to sew, ready to party. No, not really. We're just going to be sewing. Okay, so I've got a couple of bobbins preloaded in a black color. The color of black. Color of night. Anyway, I chose to do black thread because my fabric is black and brown. I think black will just look nice. And also it'll be easy to see so that when I post this video on the parts of the internet where people will see it, they will be able to follow along where I'm sewing. So we are going to start sewing. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. We're doing this Wildwood wrap dress by Sew House 7 Patterns. It's beautiful. We're doing View B, which is the longer one. And let us begin. I'm going to start by fusing on my interfacing, even though I don't know that it says to do that before anything else, but I'm going to. I should probably double check and make sure, but yeah, so it's on step 8A that you actually put the interfacing onto the pocket bags, but I'm just going to do it now because I don't like getting up and down that much. I'm also going to skip forward to the belt, and I'm going to fuse interfacing onto the belt pieces as well. And I chose to do 2 pieces of interfacing for the belt. I think technically it only has 1. And stop it, iPhone. Technically it only has 1 called for, but I find that on the other versions that I've sewn of this dress, the belt tends to get a little wrinkly on me because the waist is naturally kind of like where our body bends. And I'm going to see if having an extra layer of interfacing on that on the opposite side. The belt is made of 2 pieces of fabric side by side against each other. Side by side? I don't know. So I'm going to see if having interfacing on both pieces prevents it from doing that a little bit more. We'll find out. Let's go over to my pressing station. Okay, you're not going to see my face over here. That's fine. We are just going to take these little pocket interfacing pieces, tiny little strips, and we're going to take the pocket bag, which is pattern piece number 6. And this should have 2 little notches, which it does, right here and right here along this diagonal edge right there. And we're just going to put the interfacing with the bumpy side down. This interfacing is a Pellin SF101 lightweight fusible interfacing, to get all technical on you. And we're going to just put it basically between those 2 little notches. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit longer than the space between the notches. So I'm just going to center it between those right there. And then I'm just going to hold my iron on there for a few seconds, and I'm just going to give the rest of this a little steam. You don't want to use steam on the interfacing when you're putting it on because it can get really kind of bubbly. But there we go. 1 pocket bag down. And now we're going to do the exact same thing on this one. I'm just going to iron it before this time so that it's nice and flat for me to get that interfacing on there. Probably going to change the music soon. I keep saying that. Okay, once again, bumpy side of the interfacing is against the wrong side of the fabric. The bumpiness is the glue, so you don't want to glue it to your iron. Just hold it on there for a few seconds. Then I just check the edges with my fingernail. Looks like it's fused on. We got some pocket bags ready to be sewn. Now let's do the belt. So I'm getting my little pattern pieces out of the way. And Like I said earlier, I cut 2 of these, even though the pattern only calls for 1. And the reason I did that is to try to prevent the belt from wrinkling up. So the belt pieces are a little bit larger than the interfacing pieces. And if we look at our instructions here, in the belt portion, it looks like there's just a little gap around the edges left, around the edges of the interfacing. So we're just going to center, we're going to do one piece at a time. Once again, ironing the rough side, the bumpy side of the interfacing onto the wrong side of the fabric, which is just going to strengthen and stabilize it. I'm going to give these a little press before I do that because they're a little wrinkly. I have a gravity-fed steam iron, but a regular iron works just fine. Okay, that one's good to go. Now let's prep this one and give it its interfacing. Okay. So as I said, I'm just going to center this. I think I'm going to flip it this way. Looks like it kind of goes that way. It should fit pretty nicely just right in the middle of this piece of fabric. Scoot it down so that it is evenly between the 2 side edges. There we go. That looks good. And again, I'm not going to use any steam when I'm doing this part because we don't want that interfacing to get all bubbly. The other thing that I don't like doing is pushing my iron along the interfacing because it can sort of scoot it. So I'm really just kind of pressing down and holding there for a few seconds while it fuses that glue. And then I'm just going to test. Looks like right here needs a little bit more time. I'll come back to that area in a second. Okay. I'm just going to check around the whole edge to see, yep, I need a little more on the end there, a little more right here. This is feeling good. So it's really just those couple of spots. So I'm just going to hold the iron here for a few seconds and then back at this end. And then I'm going to double check. That needs a little more. That's good though. Get on there. Stick. There we go. Okay, that should be good. All right, belt piece number 1. Fused. Let's do number 2. I'm hoping that this kind of solves that issue that I'm having with it getting all kind of wrinkled up around the center, but the likelihood is that it won't because, like I said earlier, that's just where our waist kind of naturally bends. And it's normal for our clothes to kind of get wrinkly in that zone because we move around and we're not just static shapes. And that is very normal. Belly wrinkles are normal. Okay. Once again, I'm just kind of holding the iron down for a few seconds on each area. Then I'm going to go through and feel with my fingernail. Got a little bump right there. This is a case in which I am going to just press and use the weight of the iron to sort of get that wrinkle out. Okay, let's go around and test the edges. Make sure we got it all fused. We didn't get that end fused. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, good. Bam. Belt fused. Back to the sewing machine. Let's go. And we're back. Okay. Now that we've fused those pieces on, let's look at our first instruction. Actually, before that, maybe I should put thread in my sewing machine and make sure that this is nice and centered. Oh, bouncy, bouncy. Okay, we're good. I choked on some rice at lunch, and so if you hear me constantly clearing my throat, it's because I'm trying not to die on inhaled rice. Okay. So when you're threading your machine, you always want to have your presser foot up. And the reason for that is there are these little pressure plates in here. I think you can probably see it. When I put them down, they go together. And then when I bring my presser foot up, they come apart. And we want the thread to really get in there in between those plates. So thread your machine with your presser foot up is the moral of the story. And my machine currently has this extra slippery zipper foot on it, so I'm actually going to change that presser foot out. On this machine, I have to unscrew it. On a lot of home sewing machines, it's a little bit less complicated than that, but let's dig into my little bag of presser feet and find the one that we actually want to sew with. Oh, it's beautiful. There it is. So when I'm sewing on leather, I usually use these Teflon non-slip or non-stick extra slippery presser feet. This is the zipper version. So I kind of use this zipper foot for every time I sew a zipper on the sewing machine. I just like it. But we're going to go to the classic, the metal. This is a 1/4 inch presser foot. We're going to check out what our seam allowance is on the pattern soon. But just to be aware, that's what that is. Okay. Let's get this on there. And then we'll load up the bobbin and then we will sew. Sew for your lives. Okay. This has a side loading bobbin. Not my favorite, but I do find this part satisfying, getting a little thread in the little popper. It's not called a popper. There it is. We are officially ready to sew. I'm going to put my extra bobbin aside. I do like to go in and fill up a bunch of bobbins. Hello, someone is saying hi. Hello back. I do like to fill up a bunch of bobbins before sewing when I'm being smart about it. When I'm not being smart about it, your girl runs out of bobbin thread all the time. So, and then sometimes because I'm lazy, I'll just use a mismatched bobbin thread. It's fine. Okay, so our first step is doing some stay stitching along some of the diagonal edges of these pattern pieces. Stay stitching is very important, my friends. Don't skip it. What stay stitching does is that along the diagonal edges of fabric, so the grain line of the fabric is going up and down, and then cross grain is across. Is that better, my friends? I'm now using the microphone of my camera. This camera. Yes, yay! Okay, amazing. We're gonna just ditch this little stinker. And thank you all for the audio support. Okay, back to stay stitching. So stay stitching, we were talking about the grain line and the cross grain of the fabric. So the grain line runs parallel to the edges, the selvage edges, which is the edges of where the fabric is woven. And we're talking about non-stretchy fabric right now. Then the cross grain goes perpendicular to that. The bias is the diagonal between those two perpendicular directions. And even on a non-stretchy fabric, it does have a little bit of stretch. You can see that right there along the bias. It doesn't have it right here because I put the interfacing on the back, but along all the edges where it is running on the bias, we want to do just a simple line of straight stitching to prevent it from getting warped. So I'm gonna I'm going to do this at less than my seam allowance. And so since I have a 1/4 inch presser foot on here, I'm just going to go for it with that. And you'll just do it at a regular stretch or regular straight stitch, not a stretch stitch, a straight stitch. And you don't need to use any sort of locking stitch at either end. You're just going to sew. Let's go. So this wants me to do this on all of the, both of the pocket edges. It has a little convenient list of all of them right here. So we're going to do it along the pocket edges. We're going to also do it on the front skirt pocket edges, the shoulder line of the bodice pieces, as well as the front line right there. And this bottom line. This is the front bodice piece. It's got like this kind of crazy shape to it that I promise is going to create a really cool collar situation. So we'll get there, but we got to get through the stay stitching first. Okay. I'm going to stay stitch as fast as I can, but still accurately. Bam. Pockets stay stitched. Now we need the back bodice. Let's do that one next. So here's my back bodice piece. I'm trying to hold it up far enough away so you can actually see the shape of it. My face is in the way. No. Anyways, this is the armhole. That's the beneath the armhole, the side seam. This is the armhole. We need to stay stitch this kind of shoulder slope part right here. So I'm going to do that on both of these. Okay. And okay, looks like when I was cutting, I got a little bit of the selvage edge in this pattern piece. I'm not really concerned about that because I know that it'll probably be stuck in my seam allowance if it isn't, because the seam allowance on here is 3/8 and 5/8. So depending on which seam allowance we use for this particular section, it will be deleted from view. I will make sure it does not show on the outside of the garment, is what I'm trying to say. All right, stay stitching. Woo! Okay, this is like chaos stitching. I hope you're entertained. Okay, we need the other one. Here's the shoulder. I'm gonna chaos stay stitch. My sewing machine has this lovely automatic cutting button and this little like leg lever thing that lifts and lowers the presser foot. It really makes it more convenient to be a little speed demon like I am. So, all right, I'm just putting the back bodice pieces back together so that they are, so I know what they are basically. I put the pocket pieces with the pocket pieces. I'm now going to grab my front bodice pieces and I'm going to stay stitch which edges. Okay, so looking at our diagram, it's got this little square piece up here, which is this. So I'm gonna stay stitch on this little thing, this area next to the square piece. I'm also going to stay stitch along this diagonal on this side, so this whole edge right here, and I'm gonna stay stitch along this bottom edge right there. I know it seems a bit boring or maybe redundant or maybe just like an easy to skip step, but I promise stay stitching is worth it. You will not regret the stay stitching. You will regret if you skip it. Maybe. I think you'll regret it. And last but not least, this little diagonal side right here. Okay, 1 out of 2 front bodice pieces are stitched. Now we're gonna do the other one. I'm getting increasingly ridiculous on this stream, and I'm here for it. Okay. There are no pets on the couch, and it's really disappointing. Maybe, nah, I'll just leave it there in case a pet comes to join us. Okay, I think this is my last stay stitch. Nope, I've got one more on this piece. And last stay stitch on the front bodice, because we don't want this to get all stretched out of whack as we put it together. Ta-da! We have officially stay stitched the front bodice pieces. Now I'm going to be organized about it and put them back together so that I know where they are. Sorry, not sorry. Okay, front bodice. Bam. Stay stitched. The last things we need to stay stitch are the pocket edges of the skirt. So, not the back skirt. It doesn't have pocket edges, but the left front and the right front. So that's just these two little diagonal pieces. Here's the top of the waist, and then we have this little diagonal piece where the pocket's going to go on. Stay stitch, stay stitch. Stay, I don't know. Stay stitch. I'm going crazy. Maybe I've been crazy for years. All right. This is the final stay stitch of the whole project. The pocket edge of the other skirt side. Okay. All right, I'm getting tired of jazz, so I'm going to switch the music. What do we want to listen to now? I think we should listen to, I don't know. Let's try upbeat, uncopywritten music. Okay. Back to our instructions. We are going to start by hemming the front neck. So the instructions say to finish the the neck edge of the front bodice with a zigzag stitch or a serger. I'm going to pop over to my serger, and I'm going to do that over there. And I do not have a camera on my serger yet. Okay, I am going to go serge those edges. Sorry for the interruption. We're going to go back. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to serge this front edge for us really quick. And for my next stream, I will make sure I have a serger camera set up. But I don't today, and I can't make my iPhone work for some reason. So here we are. I will be right back. Serging coming soon. We have a beautiful serged edge. Okay, let's do this. So, I have finished the edge. Now we need to fold the neck edge over to the wrong side by 3/8 and press. So let's switch over to pressing cam. Okay, we're over here. we need to press this to the wrong side by 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to start by just sort of ironing my serged edge a little bit to make it nice and flat. And I'm going to grab my measuring tool. I'm going to see what 3/8 looks like. I can usually kind of guesstimate that at this point. And that looks good. Get the plastic away from the iron. Now I'm going to just press that the whole way across. This song is driving me crazy. Good. Goodbye, Countryland song. Funktown. We'll see about it. We'll see. If this keeps up, I'm switching to lo-fi. Okay. Once again, I'm just pressing that serged edge. Now I'm going to fold it over 3/8 of an inch, which is about 10 millimeters or 1 centimeter for anybody who doesn't like inches. Which, you know, the more I sew, the more I don't like inches. I want metric. I love metric. It's so hard, America. Okay, back to the machine. Let's go. We're back. All right. I'm just gonna check my messages and make sure that we are back online. Okay, we're good. Next step. We need to stitch in place at 1/4 inch away from the edge. Conveniently, I have a 1/4 inch foot. I didn't backstitch. I don't think it matters on this step. I'll backstitch on this end, why not? So a lot of people, when I'm teaching, ask me about these little end bits from the serger. Don't usually just trim them off like I just did. If you're going to be sewing across them later, you can cut them off. But if not, you need to secure them in some way, otherwise they're going to unravel. One way to do that is to loop them back through. So you would put something, okay, this music really is driving me nuts. Sorry, I've got to change it. So with your serger, one thing you can do is stick like a thick hook, not a thick hook, a thin hook through your previous loop stitches, grab the end and then pull it back through itself, and that will kind of tie it in a knot basically. Do we have a dog in the dog bed? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She's so cute and precious. I'm gonna turn the camera a little bit so you can see her better. Just a second. I'll be right back. I don't know if that did anything. Anyways, we're back. In case you're wondering about the vibe of my stream from now and forevermore, the pet cam is the most important part. So back to serger, securing serger stitches. What I end up doing a lot of the time, because I hate feeding it back through itself, is just like, whoops, doing a little back and forth back stitch across the end of the serger stitch with my regular sewing machine. It works, you know. Another thing you can do is tie it in a knot and then chop it off, but meh. Okay, we have serged. We have pressed. We have stitched one. Now we stitch the other. I'm talking so much, I don't know if I'm going to complete this whole project. I better get sewing. I will be completing the whole project. It's a dare. I dared myself. That got a little crazy. Oops. Focus here. Thank you. All right. Chopping off those serger bits because they drive me nuts. Like I said, you can chop them off sometimes, but not all the time. So don't chop them off if you don't know that you're going to sew over them later, because they will unravel and then your fabric will unravel. Okay, next, pleats. Let's do some front pleats. So we are going to start with the pleat that is up here in this little corner by the square thing, okay? And what we're gonna do, we're gonna do it so that the pleat is right sides together. And then we're gonna fold the front bodice at the center of the pleat. So the way I'm gonna do that is I've put these little notches in here and here, and I'm gonna just match those up to start with. I do a lot of shaking of the fabric to get it to behave itself. So we're gonna line up those little pleat lines, the notches. We're lining up the notches. And then I'm gonna stick a pin in right there. Then the next thing we wanna line up is these little X marks, which I transferred from the pattern piece. They were the dots on the pattern piece. And to make those line up, I'm gonna stick a pin right through the top of one of them and see if it comes out the other. It's a little bit off, so I'm going to just kind of mess with it until it lines up. And it might not line up perfectly, and that's okay. Nope. Kind of looks like it needs to go a little bit that way. I'm gonna call that good enough. It's kind of like right next to the center, but I consider myself a good enough sewist, so I'm anti-perfectionism. And now I'm just going to sew down from this notch down to the center of the X. And on this one, I'm going to be sure to use a back stitch or a knot stitch if your sewing machine has one. But this sewing machine is basic in its function options, but very excellent. So. Looks good. I'm just going to do a little tension check to make sure my sewing machine tension is good. I think it looks pretty good. What I'm looking for is to see if the front and the back stitches look basically the same. And I think they look pretty good. So we're going to call that good. Trimming off my threads. Don't forget to trim your threads, folks. It's real annoying when you don't trim them later in the project and your project's all hairy. Just trim them with every single stitch and you'll be happy. You will probably see me doing that less because the sewing machine has a cutter function, but it does still leave a little tail on one end and then two little tiny tails on the other end. So cut them off. I'm gonna listen to my own advice and drink some water now. Okay. I had to put it in tape across the top of my sewing machine because otherwise I'll sit here for hours and hours and hours and forget to drink water and forget to go to the bathroom and forget to eat. Yeah, benefits of hyper focus. All right. So we are now going to look down at these bottom pleats. I'm going to repeat this process on the second front bodice piece, but I'm just going to do it all on one first, and then I'm going to go do it all on the other. So I'm on step 3B now, which is closing those front pleats. So we're going to start with the one that is closer to the edge with the square. So I'm looking at this piece, I'm finding the square and then the side that's closest to it, and then on the bottom side there, we're going to do this pleat first. So these two lines here are one pleat, and then these two lines right next to it are the second pleat. So same process as the first one. I'm going to start by, there are little notches cut in the legs where it hits the edge of the fabric. I'm going to bring those together. And then I'm just going to give it a little shake, organize it. And I'm going to put a pin through and see if it goes through both of the legs, both of the, do you call it legs on a pleat? I don't know, both of the lines. And I just adjusted that so that it does. And I always put my pins perpendicular to where I'm sewing. Otherwise, when you're sewing along, pretend this clip is your presser foot, it's really easy to get nice and close to your pin this way. If your pin is going this way, you're going to crash into it and then have to take it out way earlier than you would if it was perpendicular. Hot tip. Okay. More pins. So I'm just going to carefully double check that my lines are lined up by putting the pin through. Looks like it's a little bit, I don't know if you can see, my pin is just to the right of the line on the back. So I need to scoot my fabric just a hair. Now I'm going to see if that lines up a little bit better. Close enough. And a couple more, same process. And that one again, I'm going to adjust a little bit more that way. Almost close enough. I'm being picky. There we go. Then last but not least, I'm going to go right on that dot, or right next to it. Okay, once again, I'm just going to scoot a hair further down on the back. Nope. I'm just making my fabric line up as accurately as possible. Ugh, that made it worse. Let's see if that worked. I feel like this music is like space music. Like we're in a spaceship. I'm struggling getting this pin to go through the right spot. Soon I'm gonna give up and say it's good enough. All right, that's good enough for me. All right, so I've got my pins in. Once again, I'm just gonna sew from the edge down to the bottom of the line for the pleat. And I'm gonna use a backstitch on both sides. So a lot of people will sew over their pins. I don't like to sew over them because I have broken a needle on a pin before. Most of the time I feel like it's safe, but oh, beautiful, good enough. Beautiful and good enough. Beautiful on one side, good enough on the other side, okay? From the front, nobody will know. Okay, let's do our last pleat on this one, and then I'm gonna just sort of go a little speedier through the pleats on the other side. So, once again, I'm just using the pin as a tool to help me line up better. And there we go. I think I'll just do 3 pins. This is a slightly shorter pleat than the first one. There we go. One more. Oh, way off. My fabric is really wanting to not line up for these. There we go. Not really. You know, sometimes also there's a degree of error in marking the pleat lines. So at some point you just have to say, I'm going to call that good enough. Do try to be as accurate as possible, but I feel like this is fine. All right, so from the outside, here is what that looks like now. I've done those 2 pleat lines there, and then we've got this lovely pleating happening. There's also 1 pleat at the top, so it's gonna have this nice like spaciousness in between that top pleat and those bottom pleats. All right, I'm gonna do the other bodice pleats, and then I'm gonna go and iron all of them. Pressing and sewing and sewing and pressing and pressing and sewing. That's how it goes. Okay. I'm gonna start with the bottom pleats on this one and then go to the top, because I feel like it. Let's see how accurately I got that. Pretty good, actually. This music is very relaxing. I usually either listen to an audiobook or relaxing music when I sew. Upbeat music's fun, but I don't know. I just have to be in the right sewing mood to listen to upbeat music while I sew. All right. First pleat. Let's go. I'm gonna take my own advice and trim off my thread bits, which I totally didn't do over here. Trim them. They're annoying. Nobody needs them. Okay. 1 pleat down, 2 to go, and then we go to the iron. So I'm just kind of lining it up by feel and sight at first, and then I'm going to get in there with the pins and see. Oh, that was so spot on. Look at this, everybody. First try, front and back, just so right on the line. That never happens. I'm celebrating a victory. Bring me cake. Okay. Oh, the second one was right on too. This never happens. I'm blaming you, internet. You hath brought me the luck of the pin. The luck of the pin. That's really stupid. Okay. Sewing time. So on your back stitching, you really only need to go a few stitches, like 2 or 3 stitches, and it'll be quite secure. Trim. Look at those pleats. Look at them. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Final pleat. Let's go. My nose keeps coming in view. Oh, but look at that puppy. Look at her. Wait. Look at her. There. This is really hard to get my finger to go to the right place. She's so cute. She's just so perfect. That's Nula, for anybody who's wondering. She's a border collie. She's my baby. The babiest of babies. We also have a corgi mix. He's a cowboy corgi, which is corgi blue heeler mix, in case anybody didn't know. He's amazing. He's a little mayhem monster. And his name is Ozomatli, which means monkey. And so I call him the Monkey Man. I could just do a whole stream about my baby puppies. And then also the kitties, too. I can't forget about them. There's a white cat and a black cat. Usually the black cat is down here with me, chewing the strings off of my sewing machines, and the white cat is upstairs, sleeping and enjoying her break from the black cat. Okay. This one is also struggling with the lining up, but we're getting there. There we go. I'm gonna call that good. Okay. I feel like going in this direction this time for some reason. Okay. We are pleated. We shall now go forth and press the pleats out towards the sleeves and away from the center, and then baste in place. So temporarily stitch. A baste is a temporary stitch that's usually got a very long stitch length in case you need to take it out later. But let's go to the pressing table. Okay, so I'm pressing these away from the center. This is the center, and towards the sleeve over here. Just trying to arrange it so that it doesn't get ironed in a funky way. Okay. When I'm pressing pleats, I like to give it a little bit of tension so that they don't get pressed all bunched up. And then I also don't like to press above where the stitch lines are. But your call. Then I like to flip it over to the front. I don't know if the microphone's picking up me talking, but I like to flip it over to the front and make sure that there's no overlapping happening on the front. Make sure these are still pressed in the direction that I want them to be pressed in. Spread that all apart and give it another little steam. Okay, same deal on the top. Okay, I know this is the front bodice now, so I'm going to get rid of that tape. I'm getting a message. It is, yay! Okay. Again, we are pressing away from the center, which in this case is that way, towards the sleeve. And we'll press it in the front as well. Pressed. Let's do the other one. Are you impressed? I'm so sorry. I'm so impressed with that joke. I'm not sorry. It was impressive. I hate myself right now for saying all of that. But I can't stop. Okay, on this one I'm just going to press everything from the back and then flip it over and everything from the front instead of doing the bottom and the top separately. Because efficiency. Okay, so you can see on this one it needs a little bit of spreading apart from the front. When I press it, just giving it a little tension. And this one looks fine from the front, but I'm just going to give it a just in case little press. Okay, back to the sewing machine. Let's go. Sewing. Why the couch camera? Yeah, my dog is on the floor, and sometimes she's on the couch, and she's just perfect. So there's a couch camera because the world needs to know about my children, the dogs. That got weird. I am going to make it so that it shows her a little bit better, though, because it literally just looks like it's the couch right now. Be right back. That's better. Now you can see the most perfect puppy in the universe. Okay. Also, it's obviously just because my couch is so cute. That was stupid, I'm sorry. Okay, we've pressed our darts. Let's sew the collar facing. The collar facing is coming to us all. Okay. So the collar facing is this little part up here. And we're going to just find those little square pieces. They do have a little notch up here at the top, right there. We're going to line those up. And I'm going to use clips on this because it's a nice even edge and I don't want to stab myself with pins. There we go. Okay. So we are now going to look at our seam allowance. We're on a 5/8 seam allowance, which on my machine is way out here. And a lot of my students ask me why 5/8 seam allowance comes up so often on garments, because it feels really big. I feel like my answer varies between it gives us more room for adjustability and mistakes. From that, between that answer and I'm not exactly sure because it does seem quite large. I'm learning how to draft sewing patterns right now, and I think that as I continue to do that, I'll have a better answer to that question. But right now, my answer is because the instructions said so. It's not a very satisfying answer. Okay, fold the front bodice facings over to the inside of the garment by folding at the center of the back collar and the waist point. We're looking at this right here. So I've sewn these together and I'm going to press that seam open. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this big piece, I'm going to open up where I've just sewn, and I'm going to fold it in half, wrong sides together, so it's going to go like this. This will be much more visible on the pressing camera, so we're going to switch back there. All right, first things first, pressing open that seam. Right here. Then we're going to take it in this direction. And there are notches where we're supposed to fold. It's also at this little triangle point. So I'm going to start by folding it in half here in the center. And the pleats kind of give it a lot of volume in here, so just kind of let that lie bunched up. What we're really concerned about getting right is this part right here in the center and the side parts. So I'm just grabbing the instructions. Basically, we're going to sew along that corner and along these side edges, and then the parts in the middle, so these parts right here, those just remain unsewn. So I'm going to pin over here because I feel like the camera gives us a little bit better angle. So every time I say sew, like SW, I hear one of my small children students griping about not knowing whether I'm saying SEW or SO. So you can't unhear it, and now every time I say sew, is it SEW or SO? I love them, my students, obviously. So again, I'm pinning perpendicular to the direction of where I'm going to be sewing, which this one would be better. There we go. And another question I get a lot is whether to put the pins with the sharp end pointing out or the not sharp end. I personally prefer the sharp end to be pointing in towards the fabric. I feel like I stab myself less when I do it that way. Though I still stab myself, so you know, it's just part of the game. All right, we're gonna do this edge. So I'm finding that notch right at the peak of that triangle, and I'm gonna fold it right there, and just pin that edge as well. Oh, I lost it. Okay. One pin and two. Let's go to the other side. Oh, my dog is so perfect. Just look at how delirious and ridiculous she is. All right, I'm finding that notch again at the point and folding over from there. Kind of slit a little bit, there we go. And the other reason I like pinning on my ironing board is that I can like stick the pins into the board and then just kind of pull them up. It holds things in place. There we go. All right, let's go sew this. All right, we're sewing. Once again, we're gonna sew around that little boxy thing and along those edges. Get out of here, clips. I'm gonna start with the edge because it's right here. Now the instructions say that this is a basting stitch, so I'm gonna turn up my stitch length to about 4 to 4.5. And you don't need to use a back stitch, a locking stitch on a baste. So basting is really just holding things together until you get to a future step. And a long stitch length is faster and easier to remove. So that's what we're using. Boop. I'm still laughing about the why the couch camera comment. Amazing. You gave me an opportunity to talk about the true star of the show. This puppy. Okay, we've done the two edges, and now I'm gonna do that little center rectangle, 3 sides of a rectangle thing. So on the next step, we're gonna clip into these corners a little bit. I think that what I'm going to do is not use a basting stitch, because I don't want clipping to the corners to get in the way of, I don't want it to fall apart. You know what? I'm gonna just follow the instructions. Never mind. I'm not gonna be chaotic. I'm always chaotic, but I'm not gonna be as chaotic because I want to follow the instructions for people who are following this later and want to follow the instructions. So, all right, we're basting. So when I have a bunch of extra fabric, I kind of roll it up in that corner. Fabric management is a big part of sewing anything that's large, so, or really of any size. Fabric management is part of sewing. You just want to make sure you're not sewing anything that you don't mean to sew. So I'm stopping and rearranging whenever I need to. Oh, I went too far. So when that happens and you're turning around a corner, just go back a stitch or forward a stitch if you didn't go far enough. There we go. That's better. This is focused right here. Focus where you need to focus, camera. I'm watching you. Okay. The point of my pleat is kind of sticking out there a little bit, so I'm just gonna tuck that in, make it behave, because I totally forgot to baste down the pleats in the direction that I want them to go in. So I'm actually gonna do that on the bottom pleats right now. This based around this rectangle thing just took care of the top pleats. They should now be behaving themselves. But, oh, well, when I basted these sides, it also made that behave, so never mind. I skipped a step, but it resolved itself quite easily. Okay. Next step, we are going to take the 2 back bodice pieces. We're going to finish those seams separately with a zigzag or a serger, and then we're going to press the seam open. So I'm going to very quickly run and serge the center back seams of my back bodice pieces. So that's this one that I accidentally cut a little bit of the selvage into, which is totally fine because we're going to be using a 5/8 seam allowance and that selvage is going to disappear from view. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, so sorry I don't have a serger camera set up yet. I promise on my next sew along or stream, I will make that happen for you, my friends. All right, I have serged the center back seam of the back bodices. I'm gonna put those right sides together along those serged seams. So you could serge these after you sewed them together too, but whenever it says finish the seams separately, I find it easier to do it beforehand. It just gets a little bit more finicky when you do it afterwards, though it still works just fine. So I'm gonna get in here and drop everything I'm doing. I'm gonna put some clips on here to hold it all together. There's a clip. I usually put a couple at each end and then work my way towards the center, which will hopefully help my fabrics be nice and lined up. Looks like my serger is doing a little bit of like gathering. It's a little tight, my serger stitch, but I don't think it's going to be an issue because multiple reasons. One of which is that I can just kind of stretch it back out by pulling it and then giving it a little iron. And because our seam allowance is nice and wide. So we're sewing the center back seam of the Wildwood wrap dress at 5/8 seam allowance. And here we go. Back stitch. Oops, I'm still on a basting stitch. Happens all the time. Make sure after you do a basting stitch that you switch back to your regular stitch length. Otherwise, you'll end up sewing half of your project with a very weak temporary stitch. But the more you sew, the more that'll be really obvious by what it looks and sounds like as you're sewing. So also when you get more experience, you can get lulled into a false sense of security. You don't want that, do you? Okay. Let's go press this. Pressing time, pressing time. We're pressing the back bodice, center back seam open. And we're singing a song about it. Bam! Steam. Make it steamy. It's honestly amazing how much of a difference steam can make when you're pressing things. It's also amazing how much I appreciate ironing now that I'm obsessed with sewing. I don't think I ever realized how amazing it is to press things with a hot metal surface. All right, enough. Okay. We are now coming to the collar seam, which is, it uses French seams, which, if you don't know, a French seam is basically a seam sewn in one direction, turned inside out, and then another seam kind of traps the previous seam. And it's really secure and a really elegant way to hide the raw edges of your fabric. Also, it's frequently used on kind of really lightweight, delicate type fabrics like silks or rayons, a lot of which fray quite excessively. So the French seam is a really nice, clean, professional way to finish it. This particular dress has French seams along the collar as well as the side seams of the bodice. So yeah, like I said, this is one of the trickier steps, and we're just going to take it slowly. Slow is the answer. So we have this big, funky looking shape of the front bodice. What we're going to do is we're going to put the back bodice right side up. I'm going to try to make sure you can see what I'm doing here. Maybe if I tilt this down just a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Put that right side up. Get your mouse out of the way. Maybe get the instructions so they're not underneath your fabric. There we go. And you're going to take this crazy shape and you're going to open that up. That rectangle that we sewed earlier, and now it becomes the collar. So you can see this collar piece right here has formed by the way that we just opened that up. Really quite brilliant, if I do say so myself. So now we're going to do that step where we snip into this corner almost to the seam, but not through it, like that. And that allows us to bend at that corner. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Boop, boop. Almost. A little further. There we go. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is match up the center seam of the collar with the center back seam of the back bodice. I'm going to plop a pin in there. There we go. And from there, I'm gonna line it up along the top edge. Ow. Slowly. This little clipped part should line up basically with the top little point of this right here. There's a notch there. So it'll kind of go like that. I don't know if you can see it. So I'm just going carefully out from the center. Like I said, this is probably the hardest part of this project. So we're gonna get through it. So funny story about this pattern, when I was first learning how to sew garments from patterns, I've been sewing my whole life, but I never learned how to do it kind of by the book or by a pattern until a few years ago. And this was actually, for some reason, because it's not really a beginner project, I'd say it's more intermediate, was the very first thing I ever chose to sew from a sewing pattern. So I have a fondness for it. All right. So I got past that turn point on the collar with my pinning here. Now I'm going to go ahead and do it on this side. I'm just working my way out slowly, making sure my fabric is lining up nicely. One thing you could think of on this part is that your next seam allowance is going to be a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you don't want this little cut in right here. You don't want that to be further than a 1/4 inch in from the edge of your fabric. Otherwise there will be a hole in your French seam, and that would be so tragic. My nose is coming in again. Oh. I blame the ADHD. Okay, pinning. All right, I think that looks pretty good. We'll find out soon enough. Oh look, a thread I forgot to trim off. See how annoying it is when you don't trim them off? They just hang out there. What the hell? Okay. So now I'm gonna put a pin close to the end, and then I'm gonna kind of just even out the rest of the fabric in between those pins. Put a few more. Okay, let's do this side. Once again, I'm gonna do this little edge over here. This pin I definitely stole from work. Oops. And I think it's actually one of my coworkers' pins that work stole from her, so, you know. So what I'm noticing is that I have a little extra fabric on this back piece, so I'm just kind of evenly distributing this in between my pins, a little extra bit. You can see that kind of on the back there. I am going to have that on the bottom of my, when I sew, I'm going to have it against the bobbin plate and against the feed dogs, which are these little rough teeth right here that pull the fabric through the sewing machine. And they do pull the bottom fabric through a little bit faster than the top fabric. So you can use that to your advantage to even out things that are just not quite lining up. Just put the bigger piece on the bottom. Bigger on the bottom is the rule. Okay, we're gonna go for it with this collar seam. So 1/4 inch seam allowance, let's go. The instructions say that when we get to this little funky part where we have this extra fabric, basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna put our needle down, kind of pivot the fabric out of the way, and then keep sewing. So you'll see what I mean by that when we get to that part. So 1/4 inch seam allowance, trying not to throw a pin in my lap and then stab myself in the stomach with it. I'm basically sewing on top of my stay stitch here. You can see my previous, it's not showing up very well because of the light, hush light. My stay stitch was along this line. I'm kind of sewing like right next to it or on top of it because I did that at 1/4 inch as well. You want to be really mindful of your bottom fabric on this part, especially when we're coming to this curve right here. If you try to make it straight, like if you try to bend it so that it's a straight edge up here, your bottom fabric's gonna bunch up. If you can see this, I'm not sure. Yes. And it has this little fold right here. You don't want that to happen. So be mindful that it is actually curved at this point. So let your top fabric do the bunching up and your bottom fabric lie in its natural state. Its natural shape, I should say. Okay, we're getting close to the pivot point. We've got all this loose fabric here. Just gonna adjust a little bit to make sure we can. I wonder if I can get it to just zoom a little bit. Sorry for all the camera shaking. I really want to make sure this part is in focus for you because it's tricky. So we're gonna basically move all of the extra fabric away from where I'm sewing. So it's all coming this way to start. And then when we get really close to where it is folding, I'm going to put my needle down, lift up my presser foot, and scooch the fabric little by little. You might have to do this a few times, rotating it out of the way. Let's see how we did. Oh, no wrinkles. Amazing. The back part is fairly straightforward, and then we will get to another pivot kind of situation down here. So this is the first pass of the French seam. The next one will be even a little bit trickier because it's a little more bulky after we already have one seam allowance in here. So bear with it. You just got to really be patient on this part. Here's that pivot again. So I'm moving some of my fabric away, and then I'm just gonna see what I can get out of the way here. Might go one further stitch and then have to do a little more scooting. There we go. That looks pretty good. And now we can just finish up the rest of this shoulder seam. This was the part where my bottom fabric was a little bit bigger than my top fabric, and we are about to see that that is then taken care of by the feed dogs. So it's basically just brought that little bit of extra fabric right into the seam. So let's check out those pivot points. Did I have any holes? Okay, so I don't know if you can see, but my trim in is almost to the seam, but looks like contained. So from the outside, there shouldn't be a hole right on that point. Oh, focus. There we go. There should not be a hole right there. From the back, there should not be any fabric sewn up into the seam like that. If you have that happen, just unpick it and then make sure that your bottom fabric is lying in the shape it needs to be in. Don't try to straighten it out like that, because that's what makes those fabric folds happen. Just go with the shape, because there is a subtle little curve right here and right here. So if we look on this side, again, no, none of that funny business. Let's check and see if I made a hole. I did not. Yay! Okay. So I'm gonna come in now with my scissors, and I'm just gonna trim off any frayed bits, any strings. I might even trim my seam allowance down just a hair, because I don't want anything poking out the other side of my French seam. So I'm just trimming a little bit of this off here. Just a little bit. You don't want it to be too small. You can, by the way, trim through your stay stitch at this point. It is now been replaced by the straight stitch that we just did. So we don't have to worry about it warping, because now there's a whole straight stitch across the whole top. And again, we did that stay stitching because whenever there is a diagonal edge on a pattern piece made from non-stretchy fabric or woven fabric, it is prone to getting stretched and warped, and we just want to try to avoid that happening, because it can distort the fit afterwards. I'm taking this really slow because I don't want to accidentally trim something that I don't want to trim. I'm gonna come from this side now. Trim, trim, trim. If you can get this edge as fresh as possible, it will minimize the number of little pieces, little threads that might be sticking out of your French seam on the other side. So, that's why I like to give it a little extra trim up. Looks pretty good. And I'm going to pay extra close attention to these little collar points, but I think that looks pretty clean. Okay. So now we are going to go to the iron, and we're going to press this the other way. I'm going to drink some water before we do that, though, because I just saw my little water sign on my sewing machine and remembered that I need water, because I'm human. We'll see how we like this playlist. We'll see. Okay, to the irons. Let's go. Threw it on the pressing table. Okay. This is the edge we just finished sewing. So what we want to do is we want to press that from the other side. I'm actually going to start by just unwrinkling this a little bit and then pressing this to one side or another. That's just going to help it be flat from the other side so that I can really do a nice edge pressed along that seam when I get to that point. Oh, Nula is so sleepy on her dog bed, and she's just so cute and good and perfect. I hope you all understand who the real star of the stream is and will always be. It's not me, it's the dogs and the cats, you know? And sometimes the fabric. Okay, I'm gonna give this a little love in here as well. And now what we can do is flip this way. Oh, look at that collar. It's gonna be so cute. Look at that. Just ingenious design. It's gonna be beautiful. And the pleats create this beautiful roominess to the fabric right there. One of the things I really love about this pattern is that I have never had to do a bust adjustment on it, and on many patterns I do have to do a bust adjustment because there's not enough space, you know. So full bust adjustment is a way to modify a pattern for a fuller bust. And I should do a stream about that because it's one of my favorite topics. But now I'm just pressing this really nicely. Whoops, oh my gosh, you all, I did this inside out. It's time for the seam ripper. I did it inside out the first time. For the record, you're supposed to sew it right side out and then inside out when you do a French seam, and I did it the wrong way. So let's go back to the sewing camera. Oh, maybe I need like a seam ripping camera, which is like the camera of shame. Except you should never feel ashamed by having to seam rip. Get out of my face. This is why it's always bouncy. You should never feel ashamed by having to seam rip because mistakes happen. So we're gonna just grab our seam ripper and we're gonna start ripping. Let's see, I want this to be like right here. No bounce, no bounce. All right. This is very salvageable. We're just gonna have to do this fun little tricky part again. So get ready. Buckle up, as they say. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. Okay. So I'm just going to start by seam ripping the back stitches because that is really obnoxious part to seam rip. And then I'm going to see if I can do a quick seam ripping zip to just get this rolling. I love this seam ripper because it has this rubber thing on this side and you can use that to rub off all of the thread bits. All right. Get out of here, back stitch. All right, it's out. So now what I like to do to speed seam rip is I'm going to put part of my seam under the presser foot. You can also do this with a friend holding one side. Let's go a little further in. Let's start from right here. Okay, then I'm going to put the ball side of the seam ripper face down and face down in my seam like so. And I'm just going to push forward carefully. And that should just zip right through that stitch. That was a little off camera, but you'll see this next section. Oh, backwards French seam. See, earlier when I was talking about getting too comfortable with sewing and it lulling you into a false sense of security, this just happened to me, yeah? Okay. I do think it's important, though, to embrace the seam ripper and to embrace the fact that sewing involves making mistakes and unsewing them and resewing them, and that's okay. It can be a bit trying on the patients, but you know, probably could use a little practice in being more patient anyway. Rip, damn you. There we go. One time I was doing this with a student and I accidentally ripped her fabric with the seam ripper. I felt so guilty. She was very, very kind about it, but I continue to still feel terrible about that moment to this day. Okay. Of all the seams to mess up, why did it have to be this one? It's okay, we're getting there. One shoulder to go. At least you'll get to see me demo that collar again 2 more times now, instead of just 1 more time. I know the first time I sewed this dress, that was the part that really messed with me, and I had to find a sew along, and I didn't really find one that kind of showed that very well. So hopefully I'm creating the resource that I needed when I was new to this. Maybe there's one out there, but I didn't find it when I was sewing it, whenever that was. Okay, I'm really close to the end, so I'm just gonna do the rest of it this way. Haha! Okay, I'm gonna go and press this to make it nice and ready for resewing. Hello again. Here we are. While we're over here, I might go grab my seam ripper and just do a little cleanup of this thread situation. Where's the top of the seam ripper? There it is. Okay, so yeah, this thing can just go like this. Get those threads out of there. Let's give it a little press so we can sew it properly this time. Get out of here, threads. All right. On that side, now I'm just gonna press and clean up this one, and then we're back in business. See, easy peasy, even when you mess up the hardest step of the entire project. There we go. A little more press, a little more clean. No threads. We don't like you. Okay. Back to the. All right. Actually, we're gonna pin over here this time because the camera's nicer. So let me go get my pins. Here we are. Okay. So we are going to sew it wrong sides together to begin with, and it will feel wrong, which is probably why I just didn't do it on the last step. Oh, we have 2 doggies now. How perfect are they? So it's going to feel wrong to do this, but I promise it will be right when we're done. So again, matching up that center seam right there. French seams always feel so wrong at first, and then they come out so lovely. So going outwards from that center, we're going to just pin carefully. And careful on this corner specifically, like we talked about earlier. And I'm going to put a pin on the end. And we're going to meet in the middle. I'm just putting pins through my ironing board to hold it in place as I pin it. Good. I think that looks good. This looks way easier than doing it on my side. It's great. Oh, the doggies are so perfect. Okay, here's that shoulder point again. Using the pin into the ironing board trick here, sort of hold my place as I get that arranged. Go through. I know you can go through. Whatever. I guess I'll just pin that one first. These are not heat-proof pins, so I'm trying to not put them too close to my iron. But you can get glass head pins that are heat-proof. You might hear my other dog in the background making funny, cute noises. He's kind of close to the camera. But he's not in the camera. All right, just a couple more pins and then we are good to go and finish the seam properly this time. All right, that looks good. See you at the sewing machine. Hello, we are back. We are correcting my mistake with my French seams on this Wildwood wrap dress. So we're still on this step number 5B. We're going to be sewing across the collar, and we're going to have another moment of practicing with that little pivot situation at the collar. So focus camera. Good, good. Okay. It's a 1/4 inch seam allowance for this, but I did trim a little bit off earlier when I sewed it the wrong direction. So I'm going to go at a shy 1/4 inch so that it is not smaller than I mean it to be. Conveniently, my stay stitch from earlier, the stitch that I did to keep it from stretching, was at a 1/4 inch. So I'm going to just follow that as my guide. Okay, so we're getting to that area where you need to let the bottom fabric be the shape that it is. Sometimes taking a pin out can actually be helpful. I'm just going to curve this top fabric to fit the shape of the bottom fabric instead of trying to force the bottom fabric to be a shape that it is not, which will make it catch itself and mess it up, which you don't want. Okay, we're coming to that pivot point right here. So I'm going to bring my camera a little closer. Sorry, it's going to get shaky. All right. Stop shaking. Stop it. Okay. I've folded all of the fabric that's going to be in the way forward. I'm going to take this pin out. And I'm just getting all of this out of the way. Then I'm going to sew as close to that fold as I can. And I'm going to start scooting the fabric away from the needle. I don't want to see any little folds in front of my needle because that will get sewn in as like a little bump. So we don't want that. We also don't want the bottom fabric to start drifting this way. So I'm going to take my little tool here and I'm just going to help my top fabric arrange itself. I'll use this side of it. There we go. We're past it. Looks good. Across the back of the collar. This lo-fi music much better than whatever I was listening to before. I hope you agree. Though I don't... I'm the one sewing, I'm picking the music. Okay. Alright, we're to another collar point. So I'm trying to scoot all this extra fabric towards me until I get to right where it's folded. You can feel where it's folded underneath. That's where you want your needle to stop. So now I'm going to lift up the needle. I'm going to pivot some of the fabric out of the way. I'm going to sew one more step further. And then I'm going to be able to pivot the rest of that out of the way, I think. Yep. And we're past it. Now we can finish up this shoulder once and for all. Okay. We're going to do our double check to make sure that where there are no holes. So I'm going to turn it inside out on that pivot point. I don't see a hole, which is good. I also don't see any weird bunching up happening on this back fabric. Again, if you don't let the back fabric be the shape it is, if you try to make it straight while you're sewing it, it's going to do this and you're going to have that weird little bleb sewn into it. So if you're having that problem, that's what is happening. Now let's check for holes on this side. I think that looks good. All right, to the irons we go. Hi, Ozo. My other dog is just off the camera over there. And he's so cute. Okay. Once again, I'm going to iron it from the open position first to really get these stretched apart so that when I then iron it in this orientation, the seam is really close to the edge. And I'm using steam on my iron because steam is your friend. This is not a step like this little intermediate ironing step that is in the instructions, but I just find it a lot easier for the next step. You won't be able to get everywhere with it, but We'll be able to get some places. Okay. Now we're going to turn it inside out to finish our French seam. And we're going to press it right along this previous seam because we're going to sew another stitch to basically hide this seam allowance within another seam for that really beautiful clean finish of the French seam. So I'm just getting that seam right to the edge there, and then press, 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 steam, steam, steam. I'm just going to work my way across that whole seam, and you're going to just have to rearrange the fabric as you go because it is not a straight line, and it has this collar that's going to be sticking up. So take your time, take it slow. Slow is better than fast, even though I don't always listen to that rule because I'm impatient. But with this step, slow is definitely your friend. You can also put a finger right in the middle here and sort of push the seam to the edge. Oh my gosh, the two dogs on one bed is so cute. I hope they're both in the camera. I have to check. Oh, kind of. They're kind of both in the camera. They're so cute. Okay, so I'm just working my way across. Getting that seam nice and crisp. Before I go and finish my French seam the correct way this time. If you missed it, I accidentally sewed my seam backwards the first time, which it was right sides together, so if I were doing something that was not a French seam, that would actually have been correct, usually. But the French seam wants you to sew it right side out first, so wrong sides together first, and then right sides together, which is what we're going to do next. And I didn't do that because I wasn't paying attention, which is totally fine. Mistakes happen, and it doesn't actually matter in the long run. Because this is gonna be a dope dress. Nobody knows I picked it up. Oops, profanity. Alright, last little bit right here. These little collar edge bits are the hardest to press, as well as being the hardest to sew. So I'm just trying to get them really nicely organized so that when I do sew them, it will be as easy as possible. Okay, back to the sewing machine we go. And we're back. I'm gonna readjust this camera. There we go. That looks pretty good. Okay, seam ripper, you've done your duty. Get out of here. Goodbye, little dog. We just have the passed out border collie now. Okay. French seams, part 2. So now we're gonna get in here. We are going to use a 3/8 seam allowance. So the first seam allowance was 1/4 inch, and then the second is 3/8. And that is very purposeful because we want the second seam allowance to be wider than the first so that the first is trapped inside and does not show from the outside. So here we go. Remember, this is a 1/4 inch presser foot. On most home sewing machines, you're going to have a 3/8 inch presser foot, which is 10 millimeters or 1 centimeter ish. And I guess they're kind of like slightly shy of 3/8, but You can usually kind of line up with the edge of your presser foot for a 3/8 seam allowance, but on this machine, this is a 1/4 inch, so I'm lining up with the 10mm line over here. Let's go. I'm gonna back stitch. This is the easy part, la la la. It's gonna get oh so fun when we get to the collar. Because our seam allowance is wider this time, that little collar pivot moment is even a little bit trickier. So once again, we're gonna keep the shape of the bottom fabric in mind as we go so that it doesn't bunch up funky underneath. All right, I'm just trying to turn all the fabric towards me that I can before I get to this pivot point. My presser foot got caught on this little fold, so I'm just gonna lift it up and rearrange. Luckily, I hadn't sewn it yet. All right, keep going. We're gonna get up to the fold here. So again, you can feel where the bottom part of this fold is under here. You wanna sew up to that. And then see what fabric you can pivot out of the way. Now there's a new fold under here because I pivoted some of the fabric that way. So I'm going to go further one step. My phone is low battery, alas. We're not using it, so it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna get under here and feel if I need to get a little closer. I do. So I'm gonna turn my stitch length down just a bit and go one more tiny little stitch closer. And hope that I didn't, yay. I'm hoping that I did not sew into that underneath fold, because that is when you get a little fabric bump. All right, so I've pivoted more fabric out of the way here, keeping this flat on the bottom, and I'm going to do another stitch here, maybe one more, and pivot a little more fabric. Like I said, trickiest step is this second part of the French seam. Let's see. I might be running myself into trouble here. We're gonna see how far we can get. Yeah, I'm gonna cut, because what happened is I started getting really close to the seam allowance here, and I had too much fabric left over to pivot. So I'm gonna just unpick some of those stitches and we're gonna go back in there. But you can see how this is trapping the previous seam allowance in the new seam. So this is the new shoulder seam. This is where we haven't sewn yet. But this seam allowance is now trapped inside of here on this part that we have sewn. So it's kind of cool to see the in progress French seam. The seam ripper is back, our best friend. Oh my god, my dog. She's so cute. Big stretches, Nula, big stretches. Dogs must think we're so dumb. If dogs could speak human languages, like, the stuff we say to them is so stupid. Big stretches, my baby child. It's the best. It's not very dignified, though. Okay. Let's see if we can remedy this without getting any fabric blips. I don't know, but we'll find out. So I'm going to start just a little overlapping with my previous stitch. I'm going to do a back stitch there so that that stitch doesn't come unraveled, and to start my new stitch. And I'm going to try to keep to my 3/8 seam allowance a little bit more this time and hope that that helps the situation. And I'm going to once again sew as close to that little under fold as I can right here. And then keeping with my, okay, I see what might have happened is that I didn't pivot my fabric over to the 3/8. for the bottom curve. So I'm going to try doing that and see if I can have any more luck getting all of this pivoted to the other side of the needle without sewing any weird funky little blips into my collar. I do not yet know if it's going to happen, but we'll find out. My other one of these other dresses that I did with linen does have a couple of little funky blips, but they're on the inside. You can't see them from the outside. Nobody cares. So if it does happen, it's not going to be the end of the world, my friends. As you may be discovering, I am not into perfectionism with my sewing, so I'm into doing my best. Yeah, I don't know if I can avoid a little funky blip right here. I'm gonna cut one more time. I think I might just have to like decide to do a little funky blip. So from the outside, it doesn't look the worst. Just trying to decide how I want to do this intentional blip. It's going to happen. So I'm going to unpick one more time. Probably some sewist who's been sewing way longer than I have with more professional instruction might be able to avoid this more, but I just don't care that much. I always tell my students that if somebody is looking that closely at their handmade garments, then we have a whole different problem. Than their garment. Their garment not being the problem, the person being the problem. Okay. What I'm going to do this time is just make an intentional blip, I think. Let's see. I'm going to get a little closer. And I'm using this little pointy tool that has some friction on it to just keep my fabric where I want it. Yep. It's gonna have a blip. That's okay. I don't know if it's really called a blip. It probably has a technical name. There we go. There we go. Oh, water time. Okay. We're coming towards the blip number 2 zone. So let's see how we can do this time. I really don't feel like seam ripping anymore, so I'm probably just going to choose to do some intentional gathering right here again. Getting my little tooly tool back out. And just rotating the fabric through. It's definitely getting a few little blips. It's okay. I have stopped caring. I want it to look good from the outside, and it's going to. So that's all I really care about. All right, we're past it. We made it. So if you have any challenge on this little bit of the French seam, I'm going to do a close-up of these in a second, but that's normal. Okay, let's take a look from the outside. So yeah, it has a little bit of like this going on right here. What it's going to look like eventually, though, is that this collar, I like to roll the collar down around the edges. So that's pretty much just going to cover that up anyways. This side has a little bit as well, which, you know, it's fine. It's just going to roll over that so it won't show. It's going to be lovely. All right. Let's move on from this step and go on to the next one. So we are going to pre-press the sleeve hem, and then we're going to do the side seams. So we're going to pre-press the sleeve hem, then we're going to sort of unfold it, sew up the side seams, and then put the hem back into the folded position that we pressed, and sew up the sleeve hem. So we are almost done with the bodice, and that is very exciting. So let's go to the irons and do that pre-pressing. It's going to be turned up 3/8 of an inch and then 1/2 an inch. So let's go over and do that. Hello, my friends. Nula, you are so cute. It's okay, baby. You don't need to be worried. So let's find those sleeve edges. You can see how it's coming together now. So here's the collar, here's the shoulders, like so. And then these over here on the sides are the sleeves. So we're gonna press it 3/8 to the inside first. And decide if it matters which way the. Let's make the. I'm gonna point the French seam down. The collar is, or the front is that way, so I'm gonna press the French seam towards the back. And do that. Here we go. Ozo's on the couch now, but he might be out of the camera view, but he's so cute. 3/8 pressed. That's a little more than 3/8. That looks ish about right. Yep. Then we're going to go over one more time, 1/2 an inch. So you can see this got a little bit longer than the other half of my fabric right there. I'm not worried about it because that one is 3/8 and this one is 3/8 over here. So, and 1/2 an inch is significantly more than that. Significantly, hardly significantly, but it is more than that, and that's what matters. So 1/2 an inch is about that much. I'm gonna press that over another 1/2 inch, like so. Half inch. I got a little over 1/2 an inch, so I'm gonna scoot it a little that way. Just repress it a little bit. Mostly because I want my sleeves to be even. That looks good. Okay, to the other side. Again, I'm going to press the French seam away from the collar. So towards the back, which is going to be this time on this side. Oh, look at that. I caught a little bit of the selvage edge again right there when I was cutting this out. No problem, because it's going to be hidden by my seam allowance. Oops. All right. 3/8 of an inch to start off with. Looks about right. Gonna double check that. Yep. Yep-ish. Yep. Yep, enough. Now we go 1/2 inch. Yep. Trying to remember to not leave my plastic ruler where I might iron over it. That wouldn't be very fun to clean up. It would also be very stinky. I'm sure the dogs would leave, which would be truly tragic. Alright, we're double checking that 1/2 inch. Looks good. Looks good enough. Yeah, good enough. Looks good. Alright. Back to the sewing machine. Oh, I just got a text from someone watching. Have been enjoying this through my lunch. Thank you. I'm glad. Nula's so cute. The doggy cam. You guys know that the doggy cam, why am I unable to point to it? The doggy cam is really not just for you guys, it's also for me, just so that I can constantly be soaking up how adorable my dogs are. Okay. We are on to our side seams. So we're going to do the side seams. And we're going to do French seams again on these. So keep me honest here. We're going to sew it right side out first this time instead of messing it up. So right side out, wrong sides together. We're going to find the collar. And I'm going to scoot forward. We are going to unfold those folded cuffs. Basically, we pre-pressed these, so it'll be really easy to hem the sleeve later. And we're going to put together these little curved edges right underneath the sleeve. And we're going to put them together, wrong sides together this time. I'm using clips for this. I usually use clips for kind of the longer, less intensive stitches that are not, they don't need to be like crazy precise, because they're going to kind of naturally be precise because they're easy. There is a notch right here on both, so I matched that up. So there we have one side seam. You will have to be careful of these pre-pressed parts because they're going to want to constantly go back inside. So just make sure that you get those kind of sorted before you sew it. So I'm going to actually clip both before so I can just sew them both straight away. All right. We found our pressed edge of our fuchsia sleeve, and then I'm going to undo along this curved edge and undo right here as well. Gonna match those up wrong sides together because we're doing a French seam and we want it to be correct this time. Oh my gosh, both of the dogs are there now. Oh, look at them. They're like little cute sausages. Like little cows, but sausage-like. I don't know why they're sausage-like. They're just so good. Okay. I have clipped these side seams of both of these, and now I'm going to sew it. My machine came unthreaded because my tail of my thread was too short, so I'm just going to rethread that really fast. Usually I'm able to tuck the little measly end after it the self-cutting feature of my machine happens. Usually I'm able to tuck that underneath the back of my presser foot so that it doesn't come unthreaded, but sometimes it just doesn't happen that way. Okay, let's go up a little bit. Yeah, that's good. All right. So I believe we are doing a 1/4 inch and then 3/8 of an inch again, which is true. So here we go. 1/4 inch, conveniently the same as my little 1/4 inch presser foot. So I think I'm going to take a little break after I finish the bodice to use the restroom and stretch. And then we will get on to the skirt. So exciting. I do believe we're actually going to finish the Wildwood wrap dress in one sitting today. Okay. Trim those threads. Don't forget to trim those threads, people. All right. Off to this other side seam. This is the one with the pressed edge at the beginning where I'm going to start sewing, so I'm just kind of getting that so that it behaves itself. There we go. You can use the presser foot to kind of hold it in place. You could even put your needle down and then line them up and sew them at a 1/4 inch. All right. Second to last bodice step, we are going to press the seams towards the back. Nope, that's not yet. We're going to trim any fraying threads and then press the seams to one side and then sew it inside out for the second half of our French seams. So let's run over to the pressing station. Pressing station. Oh, hello, doggies. Hello, my friends. Oh, I come and I pet you. You are so perfect. Look at this little butt. Okay. So, I might use a ham. This is a tailor's ham. Because this is a curved seam, it might actually just help me be able to press this a little bit better. Kind of. Maybe. I think so. So I'm going to press it to one side. Hams are used to press curved surfaces. And that worked quite well. So once you've pressed it to one side, the goal again is to get that seam as close to the edge as possible. And I'm going to turn it this way. Then we're going to give that a nice crisp press so that we can do our French seam on top of that. This is giving me a little attitude. Come on now, behave yourself. There we go. Organize first, press second. Because the press is going to make your organized fabric stay where you organized it. Looks good. Let's do the other side. So again, first I'm going to use the curved ham to press this seam to one side. You'll see that it's kind of gathering up on one side, and I'm doing that on purpose because I don't want to iron these little wrinkles in as much as possible. So I'm kind of just getting to the edge of the seam right here to press these two pieces apart on the back side. Now turn it right sides together or inside out, and we're going to get that little curve pressed and prepped for our French seam. I know what's happening with the music over there. Don't know if I like the sound of it. There we go. Beautiful. Let's go sew the other side of our French seams. And skip the rest of this song. Skip. There we go. Skipped. Oh, the little dog has left. Oh no, the other dog. Where are you going? Don't leave. I'll have to hide the couch camera because then people will get weird about it again. Go back to the couch, my doggy friend. Your time is not yet up. Being the mascot of my stream. Oh, it is 3 p.m. Okay, let's do this. So I'm lining up with 3/8 or 10 millimeters, and I am just sewing this seam the other way. Lovely French seam, which is a seam in a seam to hide the raw edge of the first seam in the second seam. It's a really beautiful finish. Check that out. Let's look at it from the other side. So if ever you do a French seam and you have little bits poking out, you probably just needed to trim the fraying edges off a little bit more, or trim your seam allowance down. If it's something that you don't care about the size, oh, stream's down again. I think it's back already, but I just got a text that it was down. Back up. Okay. I don't know what you guys missed, but basically, if you're doing a project and you're doing French seams and the little bits are coming out of the other side of the French seam, if your project doesn't have a size that it needs to be, you can just turn it back this way and sew a little bit further in. If it does, then you will just need to seam rip and trim your seam allowance down a little bit more from the previous seam. Let's find the other seam. Where art thou? There it is. Wherefore art thou? I don't know. Okay. Seam part 2. So here is French seam on the other side seam. We're doing 10 millimeters or 3/8 seam allowance, 1 centimeter, all basically the same seam allowance. All right, there's our French seam. Let's check it from the outside. Looks good. I don't see any little frayed bits coming through, which means we did a good job there. It is time to hem our sleeves, and then I'm gonna try it on, and then I'm gonna take a dang break. And then we're gonna come back and sew the bottom part of the dress and the hem and attach the bottom to the top, and then finish the details, make the belt, and finish the dress. Okay, that's our sneak preview. So to finish the hems, we're just going to turn them back. I saw a thread I didn't trim. Get off! We're going to turn it inside out. And then we're going to just fold where we had folded it before. I'm going to actually go to the iron because I'm going to press this French seam towards the back, and then I'm going to refold the hem. My brain starting to not function. Pressing cam, let's go. There we are. So I'm going to start by pressing the French seam towards the back. And I'm using my hand. I don't know if that's strictly necessary or even particularly helpful, but I feel like it is. Curved seam, curved surface. There we go. I'm trying not to press these wrinkles in on this other side, so I'm trying to kind of just hit the edge of the seam. And pressing the other side towards the back. Okay, that looks good. I'm gonna grab another pressing tool right here, my sleeve board, and this is just gonna make it a little easier for me to press. Just give this a little repress right along the hem that we already pressed into the sleeve hole conveniently. So it's going to kind of just naturally fall along that line. The main part we're going to have to repress is the part with the new French seam. So get there. There's that right there. So I'm going to just do everything up to there. And then I'm going to center that on the sleeve board. And I want it going towards the back, which is this direction. And then it goes down 3/8 of an inch. And over 1/2 inch. So it's going to want to do this funky thing right here. This is a do your best moment. Priority is you want that raw edge of the sleeve hidden. And then that's gonna go right back to where it was pressed before. Nice. Great. There's a string. Cut me off! Cut me off! Look at you in a minute. Alright, other sleeve. So again, I'm gonna start by kind of just reinforcing the pressing that was already done. There's more strings, but I'm gonna just hide them in the fold because I don't feel like cutting them off. As long as I can't see them, as long as I'm not poking out, sometimes I let them live. Okay, we are approaching the bottom, the armpit, where that new French seam is. So I'm just going to get as close as I can. And this time I'm also going to actually pre-press, re-pre-press the other side, on the other side of the new French seam, just to make it even easier to make that behave itself. So right here. Okay. Now let's get that armpit on here. And the back is this way on this sleeve now. So here's our first fold. And then I'm going to go over that 1/2 inch as best we can, because it is a, kind of comes to a point down here, so it's a little tricky to get it to lie perfectly with that. It's easier if I go like this, actually. If you sort of falsely straighten it, it's a little easier. Except then you have to resort it out. Never mind, don't do that. All right, there we have it. Let's go sew those. Sewing screen. Let's go. All right. So we've just pressed these cuffs, the hems of the sleeves, and just gonna make sure any threads are kind of hiding under there if I haven't already chopped them off. And I'm gonna sew it from the outside. I think I'm gonna do it at 1/4. No, I'm gonna sew it from the inside. I changed my mind. Okay. I'm hiding the back stitch in the armpit. And then if you're gonna sew it this way and your sewing machine doesn't have the ability to take part of it off so you can sew in a circle, just make sure you're not sewing something you don't want to sew. So make sure the only layers right here are the layers that you're actually sewing. Well, the couch cam is kind of inert now because my dog is over here, so I'm going to hide that. Be gone. Okay. For most of this, I'm going to sew it at 3/8, but near that bottom, near the armpit, I had to go a little less than 3/8. Just for the way the fabric was lying. And again, I'm pushing out that bottom fabric out of the way. So that it doesn't actually get sewn to itself on accident in a way that I don't want it to be sewn to itself. A string. Die. Oh, that was the string where I started. I guess I didn't need to be angry at that string. I'm kind of angling in here with my seam allowance. I have come back to where I started and I'm chopping it. Making extra sure this time that I'm getting all of these little thread bits off. Looks good. All right. That sleeve is hemmed. Now we do the other one. This is the one where I had that little bit of selvage edge. No see it anymore, huh? Weird accents are coming out. I guess they've kind of been coming out this whole time, but... Okay. Again, hiding my backstitch in the armpit zone so that nobody see it. I'm having to go at less than 3/8 seam allowance right here, but I'm gonna sort of just slope out for the rest of the armhole and keep that steady at 3/8. All right, we're about to close up that armhole hem. Coming back to where I started, I'm doing a little back stitch. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, go the seams, the threads, All right, let's try it on. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna stand up behind my chair. Okay. Trying it on, trying it on, trying it on. Okay. We've constructed the top of a dress. I'm gonna switch this to my face camera so that we can see. All right, I'm trying this on. Get out of here, camera. And I like to try things on at various points within the sewing process, so that I can see how they're fitting. So I'm just rolling this neck collar down because it has that lovely rolled collar, and then just gonna arrange it like it will be when I wear it. Oh, it's so cute. I feel like I should make a little jacket from this dress pattern. I think that would be really adorable. Scooting back. See if my stupid eye neck, it doesn't want to see the whole me. It only wants to see my face. Okay. Well, we can see how it's coming along. We'll get another full try on at the end. Oh, threads everywhere. All right, with that, I'm going to take a break and come back and sew the skirt. Oops, I just tangled up in my thread. No, don't tangle in the thread. All right, I'm taking a break. I'll be back. We are back. Hello, my friends. I've returned with a protein shake that I just shook, and then it went all over me because I did not seal the cap. You know, it's all good. This is your reminder to drink your protein. Okay, now that I've proteined myself up, I'm trying to close the bottle. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Nula. That deeply disturbed my doggy, the closing of the bottle. But it's time to sew a skirt. Let's go. All right. We do also have emergency rations. A dark chocolate peanut butter cup. So, let's start the skirt. Looks like we're going to be starting with the darts on the back. The bum dots, you might say. All right. We are going to use a very similar technique to close these up as we did with the pleats on the top. So I like to start by matching up the top lines, the legs of the dart, and putting a pin through to see if I've matched them well, which I did not that time. Yeah, I keep missing. So I'm just gonna put it through both legs and then pinch it until it comes together where I want it to go. Sometimes it helps to pinch the end of the dart as well. And line up the top edge. There we go. That's behaving better now. Can put that pin through. And we're just going to do that all the way down the dart. Looks good. Aren't these little birdie pins just so adorable? And we're going to go down and do another pin. That one did not go through both lines. Looks like my fabric. It could be my dart marking is messy, or it might just be that my fabric got a little askew. Who knows? Oh, dog alert. Turn on the doggy cam. Look at his little bum. He's so cute. Let me get this out of my face a little bit. That's better. Okay. Back to the dart. It's looking good. Just going to put one down here on the tip of the dart. Now I'm going to sew it. I think by now I know this is the back skirt, so I'm going to take off that label. And, oh, goodbye, doggy. He leaveth. A fickle one, the little dog. All right, so for darts, we're going to sew them a little bit different from pleats. I always forget the word pleat. Darts, we're going to do back stitch at the top of the dart and then sew all the way to the point of the dart, basically sewing till we're off the fabric. And then I'll show you how to close it. My thread got all funky earlier. Just gonna give it a little organization. So I don't end up with a thread jam in the middle of a dart. No fun. Okay. So we're gonna sew until we're basically off of the dart. Needle up, and you're gonna take it out and keep the tails long. Snip them. And then we're going to just tie this in a square knot. So a square knot is like a double knot that stays very nicely. So to tie a square knot, the piece that you cross over, this thread is very hard to see probably, the piece you cross over first also needs to cross over the top on the second knot. Once you've got that in there, you can snip those off. Let me see if I have a scrap. Oh, I have this. This will be perfect. Okay, I'm going to show the square knot a little bit better with this rope. So, the piece I put on top the first time, it's on top. We tie the knot. It's also going to be the piece that we cross over on top the second time. Let me tie this around something. It'll make more sense. What could I tie it around? My water jar. Sure. Okay. So this definitely can't go wrong. All right. No, I need something horizontal. Here we go. I'm gonna tie it around this tripod thing. So we are tying a square knot. So the tail that's on top of the first knot is also going to be the tail that is on top of the second knot, like that. And you can see it makes this square knot shape, like that. And it's pretty strong. If I pull on it this way, it's not going to scoot. If I pull on it this way, it's not going to scoot. If you just tie a regular knot that is not a square knot, so this one's going to be on the bottom this time, it's going to sort of twist like this, and you can see it's already slipping, and if I pull from this side, it will also have a tendency to slip. So it's not as strong as the square knot. All that to say, when you're tying the knots at the ends of your darts, use the square knot because it'll stay. Yay! On to the next dart. So this has 2 darts per butt cheek. So we're going to be doing a dart, a dart, a dart, and a dart. Same process with all of them. Match up the ends of the dart, which for the first one, sometimes it's easier to put your pin in one, go as horizontally across as you can, come out the other, and then pinch it together along the pin and pinch it together along the tip of the dart. And then once I get that lined up-ish on the top, I'm going to just put that pin through. And then we're going to do the same process with the pins the whole way down to try to get them to match up the legs of the dart. Going through one side, see if it comes out the other. If it doesn't, just give it a little adjustment in the direction it needs to go. And bam! It's pretty much coming through both of the legs evenly. And just keep going down like that. Down the dart. This is a pretty thin dart, so there we go. Bust darts are often wider than this, but these are long, thin darts because I'm guessing because it's divided between 2 darts on each side to form the nice curve on the back of the dress. Oh, my dog is crying. Why we cry? Why we cry, my child? Sewing is fun. Nula, do you need to go upstairs? Go find Daddy. Okay. I've got the next dart pinned. I probably didn't need that many pins. It happened. We live with it. Same thing. I'm going to do a back stitch at the front. Start with your thread tails towards the back. Save yourself some time. Back stitch at the top of the dart. So right down the line. There's not like a seam allowance on these. It's more that I guess it's a seam allowance of 0 along the line. So the line is going directly down the center of my presser foot towards my needle of my sewing machine. All right, I'm sewing basically off, picking my needle up, taking it out, leaving some long thread tails, and tying what kind of knot? A square knot, because it will stay, unlike a regular double knot. I don't know what you call the other one. A twisted double knot. So again, the tail that crossed over on top the first time crosses over on top again the second time to form a square knot, which is the strong form of a double knot. The reason we tie these knots at the tip of the dart is to kind of avoid them from getting bulky with the backstitch. We don't want the bottom of the dart to be pointy or like come out kind of like a triangle. So this just helps to kind of make them a little less sharp at the bottom. So there we go, 2 darts done, 2 to go. Flip. All right. I don't know what happened when I was marking my notches, but I don't know if you can see, they're kind of off from the legs of my darts. Probably because I trimmed the notches before I marked the darts on, and then my pattern shifted or something. So I'm just trying to use the actual lines of the darts as reference points instead of the notches. So I'm going to do that again by putting my pin through each leg. This should be pretty parallel to the top of the fabric, like that. And then I'm going to pinch that together on the pin, pinch the end of the dart, and organize it into a nicely laying fold. It's getting kind of funky. There we go. It is now not funky. Okay. Poke that one through. And we're going to go through with our pin technique. Go through one leg, see if it comes out the other. Oh, a perfect lineup. That never happens. It's happened twice today. It's a sign. I'm a streamer now. Give me your prime subs. That was a shout out to my husband who's watching. You better be watching. Give me your prime sub. Okay. Next pin. It's a little off, so I'm just gonna pinch the fabric a little bit and scoot it just a hair. That's better. My dog is literally lying like underneath the back of my chair. I wish I had like 16 pet cameras so that everybody could always see the dogs. I love how I just went on about I'm a streamer now, and now my viewer dropped off my one of my other viewers. Goodbye. I annoyed them. Cackled the witch. Okay. Last pin. And then we're gonna sew this dot. Second to last dart. Let's go. Thread's gonna go underneath the presser foot and towards the back. Once I get the presser foot where I want it, I'm gonna take my first pin out, put my needle down, do backstitch. Sew down to the point of the dart. And once we almost sew off the fabric, needle up, pull it out to the side, trim those tails, and we're going to do a square knot. Sort out your threads first. Make sure they're not all twisted up. Okay, square knot. The first tail that goes on the top goes on the top the second way too, and that makes a square knot. Nice and strong. Trim those threads because you don't want them hanging out. Exterminate them. Okay. I'm going to do this one the same way because, so usually I mark my notches, like I do the little trim into the ends of the dart legs after I draw the dart onto the fabric. For some reason, I trimmed them first and they're askew. So what we're doing is we're just putting the pin through one leg of the dart and then coming out parallel to the edge of the fabric from the other leg, like so. And then pinching it along that pin to line up those dart legs and pinching the end of the dart as well, so that we can create a nice fold in the fabric along the center line of that dart, and hopefully keep it nice and aligned. And then I'm going through one leg and hopefully coming out the other. Nope, it's askew. I'm not a streamer now. Okay, I gotta stop with that joke. It's really quite terrible. But I do love a terrible joke. Oh no, pin flying. Get out of here, pin. All right, that one lined up pretty well. I'm back. Terrible jokes are the best jokes. Yes, they are. Thank you. You are now my friend. Every time I pin correctly, I'm officially a streamer. Every time I miss. Oh, I'm a streamer. All right, y'all, I gotta stop actually. What does the label say? Oh, why? Yeah, it says water because I forget to drink water while I'm sewing. Because I get hyper focused on the sewing. And you know what? That's great. So thank you for reminding me to actually drink water. Genius. You know, we all got to find our ways to manage our brains, right? Cheers. I am absolutely blind to it. It's like the only time I remember to drink water is when somebody says something about it, actually. It's so funny. I feel like I need to make my watch like buzz every, I don't know, how often are you supposed to drink water? If someone knows, let me know, because I'm definitely not drinking enough. Okay, I have pinned this dart. And we're going to, there must be yeah, I think there is. There are definitely water drinking apps, and I think I actually used one for a while, but I similarly became blind to it and just began ignoring the notifications. So maybe we need some sort of like rotating obnoxiousness that will actually make us take care of our bodies. Someone should invent that. It has to be obnoxious, otherwise it will be ignored. Okay. Doing a back stitch at the top of the dart. I'm sewing down to the tip of the dart. La la la. The label needs to move and or change color. Yeah. And have like neon flashing lights in my face that may or may not give me a headache. There needs to be like discomfort involved. I say that, I would hate that, but I think it's the only way it would actually work. Okay, I've sewn basically to the edge of my fabric. I am lifting up my needle, taking out my project, keeping these thread tails long. There is an alarm clock with these large wheels, so it would jump off and run. Oh my gosh. An alarm clock that actually runs away from you so you can't snooze it. That's hilarious. I would literally smash it into oblivion. Oh my god. I have an alarm clock that like makes a sunrise. It makes the light kind of come up. It starts slowly and then gets brighter. It's still a thing called Clocky. All right. Clocky, you can now sponsor my oh so popular sewing stream. Congratulations. We're talking about annoying devices that make us take care of our body and maybe be responsible. Speaking of being responsible, I just totally forgot which direction I tied the first half of this square knot, so I'm gonna guess I tied it the other way first. Square knot means that the tail that you tie on top the first way is also the tail that you tie on top the second way. Makes it nice and strong, and you can trim that off. I'm still cracking up about Clocky. I would clock the hell out of Clocky. Like, that thing would not survive a week with the rage that it would receive from waking me up every morning. It lets you snooze one time. Oh my god. That's hilarious. And then it runs away? That is either genius or horrifying. I can't decide. It's like either a torture device or really smart. Probably both. All right, I'm gonna go press these darts. So we're gonna switch over to the pressing cam. Let's go. Hopefully you can still hear me over here. Oh no, pressing cam isn't showing up. We are pressing those darts, and this is called a tailor's ham. It's for pressing things that are curved, because these are booty darts. They are for making a shape that will fit nicely over the bum. And we need that to be round. What step are we on? We've done darts. We're on to pockets. What do you think of the dog? I'm kind of into it. All right, that's staying there for a while. It's amusing me. You're cracking me up so much. I feel like I'm not going to get any progress done on this skirt, and I'm kind of okay with that. All right. Pockets. We're sewing pockets. Everyone needs pockets. I should always have a little dog friend in my hair. So we're gonna sew these pockets, because what would a dress be without pockets? It would be sad and cold and alone. Nobody needs that. We need a place to put our shit. Okay. So we are going to sew our pocket bags along that diagonal edge that we put the interfacing on earlier, and we're going to sew that at 3/8 seam allowance. I'm going to use clips for this one because they're fun. That's not why. It's because they don't stab me. Okay. This does have some notches that you can line up. Little chops into there that I marked when I was doing the pattern. My brain is starting to fumble. It's okay. It'll come back. The notches that I marked when I was cutting out my pieces this morning. Okay. Here we are. 3/8 seam allowance. Let's go. 3/8 seam allowance is also 10 millimeters or 1 centimeter. This is coming a little bit askew here at the top, but I am not going to worry about it overly much. Also, maybe it'll sort itself out by the end of the seam. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, it's slightly askew. It's all good. Nobody cares. All right. We're gonna do, this was the left front skirt. Still have that labeled. It is nice to keep the labels on the left and right front skirts at this point in the project, because they are not symmetrical and they're not the same size. So we're going to sew the other pocket bag onto the other skirt. Let's go. There's the other skirt piece. Right front skirt. And here's that other pocket. Okay, we are going to line that up along that diagonal pocket edge. So what's going to happen here is that this is going to form the edge of the pocket. So it's going to fold back and make this like diagonal opening. And then there's going to be another piece of fabric behind it that is going to get sewn around the edge of the pocket and create the rest of the pocket bag. I don't know why I just unclipped that. Don't get sleepy. All right, we are sewing the other pocket bag. There we go. I'm using a back stitch on both ends of this. I'm gonna sew at high speed to keep myself awake. All right, what next? We are going to finish the seams together with a serger, which I unfortunately don't have a camera for, but I will next time. So I'm gonna run and do that really fast. It'll take like 2 seconds, and then I'm gonna press the seams towards the pocket bag. We improvise when things go poorly. So I'm pressing the seam allowance towards the pocket. On both of them. Whoops, pattern pieces flying everywhere. And back over here to the sewing camera. I'm gonna go and just run this edge through the serger really fast so that it doesn't fray. And we're back. Whee! We still have a dog in the hair, thanks to my viewers. Thank you. Sincerely. All right, where are we in the instructions? So cute. I love this dress. We've sewn the pocket, part of it. Now we're going to attach the back of the pocket. So this situation is going to get folded over like so. Not having my pressing camera is really messing with me, so hello. Okay. Alright, I've made it so you can see me at the pressing table, but the pressing camera is dead. I'll deal with it later. So, here we are. My iron is backwards because I'm on the wrong side. Press, press, press. Okay. I pressed that to the wrong side. And now, what we're going to do. Oh good, my little dog is still there. What we're going to do, this has this nice diagonal edge right here. What we need to do is add the rest of the skirt, which comes from the bag of the pocket. So this will actually go onto the back here. I think it's actually this piece. And it will line up with the other pocket and create the pocket. Is the green ironing tube water? Yes. Okay, so I have a gravity-fed iron. It's kind of crazy looking. It's hard to see against the weird painting in the background, but it's on like an IV stand that is supposed to be for like hospital stuff. And I've got a big water jug up here that then feeds down into the iron so that I don't have to refill it all the time. Kind of amazing. Truly life-changing when I got that. Okay. You know what's not life-changing is when my pressing camera doesn't work. It was so beautiful. It was such a good view. Okay. Sewing. Let's sew. It's really throwing me, the whole pressing camera thing. I'm sure everybody's sick of me complaining about it by now. But, all right. What we're going to do next, let's look at the instructions. Like I said, we're going to put that pocket bag and line it up with the edge. I've got a lot going on up here. I'm going to just clear some of this out of the way a little bit. It's a screwdriver that I tried to put in my hair earlier, to no avail. All right. Okay, I'm just getting this nice and laid out here. Then I'm going to take one of these two opposites that I cut earlier of the pocket, the second pocket piece. So you always cut a pair of opposites. I'm going to find the one that matches up to the curve of this pocket, and I'm going to clip it on there. And then I'm just going to be stitching the pocket edges together along this curve here. So line it up. Okay. As I fumble with the clips. This gigantic clip is definitely one that I stole from Work, that Work stole from one of our students. So there's definitely a lot of trading of pins and clips that goes on in the studio. It's pretty funny. And it makes me smile. Actually, I have two of these giant clips. Here's the other one. Let's use it. I think I actually remember the student who left these at the studio. But I don't remember how they came to my house, so who knows? Okay. We're going to lift this off of the skirt in order to sew around that bottom edge because we don't want to catch any of the skirt in this seam. And let's check our seam allowance. It looks like it is 3/8. And let's go. Once again, 3/8 is the same as 10 millimeters-ish. So your sewing machine might have a 10 on there instead of a 3/8. And this sewing machine has a 1/4 inch wide presser foot from the center, from the needle out to the edge. Most home sewing machines, the presser foot is closer to 3/8 of an inch, so you can just line up with the side of your presser foot to get your seam allowance right and keep your stitch straight. So we are sewing around the pocket. We'll be sewing around the pocket when she comes. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's really funny being live on the internet because when I sew alone or when I'm at home alone, I just kind of sing weird songs all the time. And I feel like that part of my personality is coming out here, and I'm very okay with it. Okay. Chop, 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 go the threads. Oh, that one got all messy. You can see it got a little messy at the top of that stitch right there. Who cares? It's not gonna show. All right, I'm gonna run and serge this edge, and then we're gonna do the exact same process with the other side of the skirt, because this is a wrap dress with the two sides that come in on either side, and they are asymmetrical because one of them has to cover a little bit more than the other one. So let's go serge. I'll be right back because not only do I not have a pressing cam, but I don't have a serger cam. Okay, I'll be right back. We have serged. Oh, look at that beautiful serging. No fraying for you. What's next? The other side. Hi, I have ADHD. If you didn't notice. Before we do the other side, I just want to show you how cool this is. So now once we flip that to where it should be, here is our pocket opening. Boop, boop, boop. And then on the back, that's the pocket. There we are. All right, we're going to do the whole process again with the other skirt side, which is right here. And I'm going to go back to my sad pressing station and press this the way it needs to be pressed. So sad, so cameraless and sad. What else? Okay. And what I'm doing right now is just folding this to the back and then pressing a really nice edge along there, which will be the opening of the pocket. So, this iron does get a little hot when it's just sitting here by itself, so most home irons have like an automatic shut off. This one does not. So I'm always kind of paranoid about it, but I think as long as I turn it off when I'm not in the studio and unplug it, I will be fine. We're back. Sewing camera. I wonder if I can do like different transitions for different things. What I really ideally want for my Twitch setup is like my dogs like running across the screen in between scenes and just like wrecking havoc. Oh, there's one of them. Is she going to the couch? If she's going to the couch, we get to turn on the couch camera. She's kind of over there. No, show them more than your butt. Show them more. Okay, stop it, Kerry. I'm Kerry, by the way. All right. So once again here, we are lining up with this long curved edge to form the bag of the pocket. Making a pocket bag. All right, no pet camera. Wah, wah, wah. But she is right there. That's Nula, in case you're just catching her for the first time. She's a cutie patootie. Using my big stolen clips again. I really keep talking about stealing stuff. I don't usually steal things. They just kind of are acquired, you know what I mean? They just sort of walk home with me from the studio. But I also leave stuff there all the time, so I feel like it evens out. For those of you who have no idea what I'm talking about, I teach sewing at a fabric store and sewing studio. And it's a ton of fun. Now I'm also teaching people on the internet, which is even more fun. Maybe. We'll find out. But I can certainly be weirder here than I am at work. Though I'm also weird at work, so... You know, it all evens out. Okay, we're sewing this at 3/8 seam allowance, which is 10 millimeters, or 1 centimeter, approximately. And I like to rearrange my fabric a lot while I'm sewing, because I don't like it when it weighs down what I'm doing up here, because that can make your seam go adrift. Let's get extra speedy to the end of this one. Okay, let's go. Close enough. Okay. I need to go serge this edge really fast, and as we all already know, I'm terribly sad because I don't have a serger camera, so I just need a camera for everything. I'll be right back. We have serged the edge of the other pocket. Admire its beauty. All right, let's look at our next step. I'm never going to finish this dress if I keep screwing around. All right. Okay, this is a cool step. So, what we're going to do, as I lapse into serious teaching mode, what we're going to do is we are going to flip the pocket this way. No, this way. So we've gone from it being the edge, like the pocket edge here. We're just going to flip that triangle forward and then bring this out to the side. And that should be right where it falls naturally on the back as well. And what we're going to do is we're just going to sew in a little bit on each side to kind of keep the pocket hole in order. So I'm actually going to put some pins, and I'm going to use, I have these really adorable marking pins. They are from Japan. Can we just talk about how adorable these are? They're little tiny kitties. So you can use a marking pin. You know, it's kind of a special, it's a, let me start that sentence over. These are not a necessity for sewing, but they're really cute, so who cares? I'm going to use a marking pin, like a little kitty, to mark where I want to stop my stitch into the side. So I'm going to put a marking pin at that point and that point. And those are going to be obvious because I cut little notches into my fabric on those points. They become slightly less obvious after you use the serger though. So you kind of have to like search them out. I don't know if you can see it, but there it is. It's right there. And which kitty should I use? Oh, I think I'm going to use, let's use the little calico kitty. That was totally not on the camera. I'm using the calico kitty. Let's see if you guys can see it up close. Oh, look at how adorable it is. Oh. Now I've lost where my mark was because I was obsessing over the kitties. There it is. All right. Ow. Stabbed myself. Okay. Kitty is going to be marking that spot, and we're going to sew in basically right next to our previous seam until we get to the kitty. I'm going to also use a kitty to mark the other side, if I can find it. It should be right. So this is why it's nice to have your pattern piece. You know what I really need for the hair thing is like, for putting my hair up, I need gigantic kitty marking pens. That would be the dream. That would be the dream. I would always have my hair up. All right, where is our other mark? So this is a great reason to have your pattern pieces on hand, is that you can locate them. You can locate the mark when you've lost it. So it looks like it's right about there. So I'm going to put my other kitty pin in right here. I used the orange cat this time. Okay. And like I said, now I'm gonna sew in basically right next to this other seam until I get to the kitty. I'm actually gonna put one more pin just to make sure everything is behaving itself underneath here, because you can't really see all the layers that you're sewing through on this step. So these out of the way, and let's go. So you'll see this, the other side of the pocket is folded under there. So I'm going to be stitching through all of those layers. So just hold everything in place and make a really nice organized pocket that doesn't like gape out to the side when you put the dress on. Oh, the kitty pin. Kitty pin. Here's our little orange guy. Oh, he's so cute. Oh. Go back to your cute little kitty pin bed. All right. I'm just back stitching where the kitty pin was to make a nice strong opening for the pocket. Then I'm going to move up to this other kitty pin and take it out before it gets bent by my presser foot. Oh, he's so cute. No. Oh, look. Okay. All right, so I've sewn in there and in there. I'm going to trim off some strings because I hate them. I hate strings. Get out of here, strings. And I also have these serger threads, and you know, technically you're supposed to feed them back in through their own loops to secure them. I oftentimes just tie them in a knot at the base of the where they contact the fabric, and then chop them off. Or for ones that aren't going to have another stitch that go across them, I just take this part and I just do a little back stitch right over the serger stitch to make it not unravel. And then I just chop that obnoxious little end bit right off and throw it in the trash. Goodbye. All right. I'm going to also do that on this corner right here. You don't want the serger stitch to unravel because then it'll not protect your fabric from fraying in the wash and otherwise. And then you'll be very sad. Okay, so we have completed that step on the, which side of the skirt is this? This is the right side of the skirt. And now when we open it back up, the pocket opening will start right here and end right here. So it's kind of like the perfectly sized little pocket opening. Just brilliant craftsmanship from this pattern designer. I love them. Okay, let's do the other skirt. I'm doing the thing that one of my coworkers always jokes about kids doing in the studio, where right after you've nicely ironed a piece of your fabric, you just crinkle it all back up and throw it to the side. Then you have to iron it all over again, which is even worse because my pressing cam has died. There's the bodice that I finished earlier today. And hopefully you guys are going to see this all come together, because I'm not going to stop streaming until this dress is done. Hopefully. Okay, let's do the other side. So we are going to flip it out so that on, whoopsies, oh, it's like I've smacked you all in the face. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. So I'm flipping it out this way. This is the way that it normally would be oriented. So I'm just flipping it over, pulling this out, shaking it to make it lie flat. Then I'm going to pin from this side. I get to use my adorable little marking pins with the little cats on them again. And let's find those marks. I'm just going to use the pattern piece because it's easier than trying to see the marks through the serger stitch. That's better. Okay. It's not really better for what I'm doing right now, but it'll be better later. All right. I'm going to use the black kitty. Look at how adorable. And then I'm going to use, what other kitty should I use? I think I'll use the white kitty because I have a white kitty and a black kitty and they're just a dynamic duo. Look at how cute. Okay, so I'm using those little marking pins because they're special and adorable and I'll notice them to mark where I'm going to stop sewing. And then I'm just going to put one more pin in each side to hold all the layers in place while I stitch it down. And yeah, that looks good. So once again, these little stitches into the kitty marks, they make your pocket hole just like that perfect size. And back stitched, good. You want to definitely use a back stitch on parts like this because it will make your pocket withstand the pressure of putting things in it. Uh-oh. Am I out of bobbin? No, I'm not. I'm crazy. I thought my thread was doing something crazy for a second, but it seems to be behaving now. All right, let's see what it looks like from the other side. Here's what it looks like from the side that I did not sew from. And then when I flip that up, it makes the pocket just like that. It's very satisfying. All right, let's see what our next step is. We've done that. We're going to baste, so temporarily stitch the pocket bag to the side seam of the skirt and to the top. And I'm going to just get rid of these serger threads really quick like I did on the other side by just doing a little back stitch over the top of them and chopping them off. I don't want them to unravel, but they also really annoy me, so we're saying goodbye to them. One more. Okay. All right. So to keep this pocket basically in place until we sew it to other things, we have to just secure it down temporarily to the side and the top. So I want to capture it kind of like right where it naturally falls. I don't want to try to force it to lie perfectly aligned or anything. Luckily, mine is lining up pretty well at this point. And then same thing with this little top part up here. I'll show you the back view in a second because I think that'll make more sense. So we have the pocket, which is loose, and we just need to secure that little flap right there and this little flap over here so that it doesn't escape when we're sewing the side seams of the skirt. So I'm going to sew pretty close to the edge. I'm going to turn my stitch length up to about 4.5, which is what we use for a temporary stitch to hold things together until we do another step. It's called a basting stitch. And it goes real fast, so I like it. That got a little out of control, guys. Sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing to you. It's my dress. It was like, whee! Who cares? It won't show on the outside. I'm going to do the same thing in this spot without going quite as crazy. Just kidding. Okay. Chop, chop. Chop off the strings. And there we go. We have a pocket. So exciting. Let's make the other pocket secure. And then we get to sew the side seams of the skirt together. This is the back skirt. I don't need that yet. I need this, which is the, let's look at our label. Where did our label go? Here it is. This is the right front skirt. That's what that means in my crazy bad handwriting. And here is how that is looking. So we just need to, let's get the kitties out of the way. If you didn't see the kitties earlier, I know I'm obsessing about them, but they're so cute. Little kitty marking pins. Okay, say farewell. We're going away. Okay, they're gone. I can stop acting really weird about my kitty pins. I'm never gonna stop acting weird about my kitty pins. I'm not sorry about that. Okay, so I'm lining up where the pocket flap is hanging off. I'm lining that up with the edge of the skirt where it's going to be sewn on the side seam to the back of the skirt. And I'm just going to put a few pins in that to make it behave. This one is doing the thing I mentioned earlier where it is not lining up perfectly. And that's okay because it's going to be less than the actual seam allowance of the side seam. So I'm not worried about it, but what I would not want to do is make this line up by forcing it, because that's going to make everything else not lie perfectly flat. So I'm kind of just like petting this down and making it, of course now it's lining up like perfectly. Try to figure out what's going on here. Let's give it a little shake. Okay. Yeah, it's lining up perfectly now. For future reference, in this kind of situation, it's better to have it lie flat than to perfectly match up, because you don't want it to have weird bumps in it. Okay, just one more pin. This top part is not lying perfectly lined up right here. I think you can see that. So I'm just going to pin it where it is, rather than make it have some sort of like super janky pulling kind of situation on the outside of the skirt. So we're gonna baste that in place. Top. Get out of here, strings. I like to start, ow, that was a good stab. I like to start sewing where the pocket edge, like where the actual line of the pocket is, and then sew down from there personally. I just think that it prevents If I did sew it from the other direction, the fabric could get kind of bunched up against the pocket. So I'd rather start at the edge of the pocket and then push any weird fabricness out the bottom. English is going away. Sorry, not sorry. All right. We've got those both secured with a basting stitch. So before I forget, which I absolutely will later, I'm going to turn my stitch length back to 2.5 millimeters because we don't want to sew the rest of this dress together with a temporary stitch that's going to fall apart. I'm going to drink some water because my sewing machine told me so and I actually noticed it. So, cheers, my friends. Drink water. Hydrate yourselves. All right, what's our next step? Let's see. Okay, we're doing side seams next. This is very exciting. So our instructions say right sides together. We're going to attach the front skirt to the back skirts at the side seams with a 5/8 seam allowance. So that is a larger seam allowance. And we also are going to need to finish the seams individually with a serger or a zigzag stitch and press the seams open. So whenever it says to finish the seams individually, I always like to finish them before I sew them together. Because after they're sewn together, it's like kind of obnoxious to like peel one away and finish it and then peel the other one away. So I'm just going to pre-serge all of it along the side seam on the front skirts and on the back skirt. And for anyone who's been watching for a while, there's no serger camera. I'm so sorry. So you're just gonna have to sit here and listen to me serge for like 30 seconds, okay? Good luck, my friends. I'll see you in a second. One piece serged. Oh, let's toss it better. Whee! Piece number 2 is serged. Whee! One more to go. Oh, and I'm back. Ta-da! Okay. Picking my pieces up off the floor that I just threw everywhere. Okay, let's do some side seams. So we have got the back skirt that has those booty darts on it that we sewed earlier. And before I do the side seams, I am actually just going to do a little, I'm just going to tack down those darts in the direction that I want them to be. And I'm going to use a basting stitch for that. Again, that is the 4.5-ish millimeter stitch length. And I'm just doing this because later in the process, I know it's going to be really annoying if these darts get sewn in the other direction. So I'm just going to pre-sew them in the direction that I want them to be in. Reset. I switched back to 2.5 millimeters so that I don't sew my entire dress on a temporary stitch. Okay, now we're going to do a side seam. So, oh, I still have this little doggy in my hair. That's good. But there's no pets on the pet couch, which is really depressing. They're both over here. So I think I just need to set up like 16 pet cams so that there can always be a dog or a cat on my stream. It's really kind of the most important part. Okay. So what I'm going to do, this is going to be a little bit big to show in this workspace camera right here, but I'm going to line up one of the side seams on the back skirt and put it right sides together with one of the side seams on the front skirt. And I'm going to use clips for this because it's a really nice, long, easy stitch, and I don't think I need the precision of pins. Plus, the less I can stab myself with the pins, the better. So let's not do that. Okay, I'm using the big chonky clips first. I didn't actually steal them. They just somehow ended up at my house. We've been through this already on this stream. All right, clipping. So I don't know if you can see, but my serger is kind of like making my edge a little bit wavy. I think it's tension. I just need to lower the tension of it a little bit. But it's not gonna really affect what I'm doing right now. So I'm not actually super worried about it. Typically, I would advise doing some test serging before you serge on your actual project. So for those of you who don't know, a serger is like a sewing machine with 4 different threads on it. It makes this crazy looking loopy stitch. And it also cuts the edge of the fabric as it sews. And you see this on pretty much any like manufactured clothing. And it's used to either stop the edge of a woven or non-stretchy fabric from fraying, or it's also used to just sew a stretchy fabric because it's a stretchy stitch. So yeah, like I was saying, I definitely recommend taking a scrap of the fabric that you're using for your project and just doing a little test run with your serger on it and getting your settings all set up before you do the serging on your actual pattern pieces that you have spent an hour and a half cutting out all morning. I didn't do a test run on my serger today, but it's working out just fine, so it's all good. Okay, what's our seam allowance for the step? I'm pretty sure it's 5/8. It is 5/8. A lot of times for the side seams on garments, there's a bit of a larger seam allowance, and that just allows for more adjustability if you need to let it out, because our bodies change shapes and sizes sometimes, and it's nice when our clothes still fit us instead of it being terribly depressing because our favorite clothes don't fit anymore. But that's why sewing is a superpower. Okay, let's sew a side seam. 5/8 on my machine is out here. It is 15 millimeters in metric measurement-ish. I really never got the hang of metric anything until I started sewing. I like to check behind what I've already sewn on these longer seams in case my bobbin decides to run out on me, because the worst thing in the world is getting all the way to the end of a really long seam and realizing that you've run out of your bottom thread underneath here where you can't see it like halfway through, and then you have to go and repin it and resew it. Deeply irritating. So we're going to skip that by paying attention. Just watch, I'll forget to pay attention quite soon. And then I'll run out of bobbin. And then I'll have a fit. A fit! Not really. I'll just put a new bobbin in, but I might have a fit. This is kind of leaning towards a scant 5/8 seam allowance that I'm doing right here, but this is a wrap dress. It, you know, if it's a tiny bit off, it's not like it's supposed to be the most perfectly fitted tailored dress. Like, you can literally just tie it tighter or looser and it will fit nicely. So don't stress if you're having a little bit of error. And we did not run out of bobbin. Okay. My fabrics are a little bit off on the bottom. I'm not concerned about it because I will deal with that later. So now we've got one of the side seams sewn. This is so fun. It's coming together so nicely. I love this fabric. Let's do the other side seam. By the way, if you do have any sewing questions or just random questions, mostly like about dogs and stuff, you can ask them in the chat. I love answering sewing questions. So, yeah, just putting that out there. Feel free. I'm here as a resource for the internet. I've been sewing all day, so it's only gonna get weirder from here. You've been warned. Okay, I'm lining up my side seam. Once again, I'm gonna use clips because I don't want to stab myself. And if you're watching the replay of this video on YouTube, you can also put your questions in the comments and I'll answer them when I see them. Unless they're very invasive personal questions, don't ask those. All right. Clip, clip, clip. Do I still have my dog? Okay. I'm kind of like paranoid about my weird little dog falling out of my hair, so if you see it fall, please tell me, because one of my animals will eat it, and I don't want them to eat it, because they'll be sad and I'll be sad. And everyone will be sad. I'm actually surprised this has lasted this long because usually my cats and my dogs kind of work in tandem, and the cats will knock things off the tables for the dogs to destroy. They're like an evil team of destructors. But it would not be fun to have pets if they were not a little bit naughty, so, you know, sometimes you just gotta let them have it. But not this. They can't have this. Okay. Let's sew a side seam. I think I'm gonna go top to bottom. In terms of picking which direction to start your seam, it doesn't really matter that much, but what I will say is the feed dogs, the little teeth underneath the presser foot here that pull the fabric through the machine, they will pull the bottom fabric through a little bit faster than the top fabric, and sometimes that can make things slightly askew. So if there's a part that you really want to line up, you want to make sure that that is at the top. And if you are trying to fit two pieces of fabric together, where one is like just a little bit longer than the other, you put the bigger one on the bottom, and those feed dogs are actually going to help that issue resolve itself. So I'm starting with a back stitch to secure it because I don't want my dress falling apart. Speeding time. Let's go. If you're not panicking slightly while you're sewing, you're doing it wrong. I'm just kidding. Take it slow. Don't be me. I like speed, okay? Oh, is Nula going to the couch? Let's put on our little pet spy camera. Show up. Oh, she's snuggling up on the couch. It's so cute. Look at her. Okay. Well, I just pulled my clip off and it kind of got caught in my serger stitch. I'll show you once I'm done with the seam. I'm not super worried about it, but it sort of like pulled one of the loops of the serger stitch and made it look a little wonky, but I do not feel concerned at this time. Okay, here's what I was talking about. Sometimes the clip, when I don't fully open it and I just kind of yank it off, it'll pull part of the stitch or part of the edge of the fabric and kind of shred it slightly. So do as I say, not as I do. All right. I believe we need to iron those seams. Let me check. Yes, we need to press those seams open, and if you've been on the stream for a little while, you will know my pressing camera died. So we're gonna use the computer camera, and you're just gonna come with me over to the ironing board, and you'll have to just look at me, not at what I'm doing, which is very, very depressing, but I'll try to explain as I go. Okay. So I'm gonna use this thing called a ham, because this, I'm sorry, I just deeply disturbed my dog by smacking the tailor's ham. The tailor's ham is made for pressing things that are curved. Oh, now she's on the little bed. But you guys can't see her right now. That's so sad. Because this is a curve along the hip, I'm gonna just use this to create a curved surface for pressing that seam open. Pressing means ironing in sewing language. So we are going to press that open. The reason we do that is it tidies it up, and it also sets the seam. So it's nice and long lasting. I'll show you what that looks like once I'm done pressing this side seam, and then I will do the other. I'm getting a message coming through. Who is it? Nothing important. All right. I try to make sure I'm not ironing on top of any layers that I don't want to be ironing on, because I don't want to have to deal with those wrinkles later. And for those of you who weren't watching earlier, this is a gravity-fed steam iron. So this turquoise tube comes up to a water tank, and it is always steamy as long as that water tank is full. The water comes down the tube and comes out the iron, which is so convenient. And I'm gonna move the iron actually to the other. No, I'm not. Okay. Next stream, I will have my pressing camera back, and it'll be so awesome. My cat just ran through the room. All right, we're gonna press that other side seam. Kind of feel like this is a cooking show, except that I'm making a dress. Now I'm hungry. We're almost through this side seam, and then I'll come and show you all how beautiful it looks when you press your seams open. And you will never skip pressing when you sew, because it's the right way to do things, and it is close to divinity. All right. Gonna come show you those lovely pressed open side seams. They look like this. So nice and clean. And then from the outside, they are also really nice. I'm gonna put my sewing camera back on so I can show you this better. Curtains. Okay. So from the outside, the seam is just nice and flat along that side seam, and you can barely see it really right here. There's that nice pressed open seam. Let's see what's next. All right, I think we're on to the skirt and hem facings. This is such a cool part of this project. I might actually go over to my cutting table to show you all how it works. Yeah, I'm going to do a couple steps first, and then I'm going to show you on the big table because I think it'll be easier to show you just because it's going to be a large surface area that we're working with. So we'll do that in a mo. Meanwhile, let's just appreciate this little doggy right here. Look at her on her bed. She's so perfect. We're going to need these skirt hem facings. A facing is like the, how do I explain what a facing is? A facing is when you have some of your outside fabric on the inside, like sewn on the inside to a part of a garment. And it kind of creates like a really nice hem kind of situation. I have a PhD in psychology, so I'm a professional. All right. Okay. We are basically, what we're going to do is we're going to create this like bottom hem kind of thing. And that is going to do this kind of magic trick where it folds the sides in perfectly on the edges of the skirt. Yes, PhDs are also for nerds. And if you ever consider getting a PhD, here's my advice. A, are you obsessed with the topic? B, are you okay with your body going through a serious stress-related illness? And if you've answered yes to both of those questions, you should get a PhD. If you've answered no to either or both of those questions, just don't do it. Just don't do it. I loved my PhD. I use it every single day of my life. It was worth it. It was worth the fatigue and the crash and burn. But it's a lot. It's really a lot. So, yeah, if you're obsessed with a subject. My PhD is in Jungian psychology, so I got to study Irish mythology and dreams and lots of other like really cool kind of mystical topics, and it was amazing. But yeah, it took its toll, and now I've mostly recovered. But get a PhD if you want to get a PhD, but only if you're really, really obsessed with the topic, okay? That's my advice. Dream analysis stream. Oh my God, that's such a good idea. Okay, so I have this idea for a show called Sewing After Dark. And I feel like it should be, oh my gosh. Thank you for the inspiration. Is your name Anna? Just chatting category? Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. I could do like embroidery and interpret people's dreams. Thank you, Anna. You are my hero. You've created so much inspiration on this stream. Anna inspired my hairdo and also the coming soon embroidery and dream interpretation stream. And Anna has requested a percentage of how far we are in the dress. So we are on page 20 and step 10 out of, oh boy, out of 14. 10 out of 14. That's not too bad. Finishing details. Well, just kidding. There's also the whole belt, which is step 16, A through H, but the belt goes really fast. 71%. Nice. The only issue is that every single numbered step has like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, a million. Except for 11. 11 only has one. So we ignore that. Yes. All right. We're going to sew some hem facings. Let's do this. Say goodbye to my little friend. Okay. There are no doggies in the doggy cam area, which is really depressing. So I'm going to turn it off. Because earlier someone was like, why do you have a couch camera? And I was like, it's obviously a pet camera, but there are no pets right now. But it's getting hidden. So you can see more of what I'm doing. All right. Left front skirt, length B, hem facing. Okay. What we need to do is we are going to make this little shape right here with the hem facings, and they have notches. I don't know if you can see closely enough. On one side of the hem facing, on each one, there are 2 notches, and on the other side there are there's 1, but this one has 2, but it's 1, trust me. On the other one, see, this one just has 1 notch, and this one has 2 on that side. So the single notch side is the one that is going to stay on the outside. Typically in sewing, whenever you have 2 notches, that is towards the back, and 1 notch is towards the front. So in this case, we are going to take the center, which is piece number 10, 10B, and I'm going to undo that. And we're going to put that right side up. Like so. And then on the other side, okay. Before I do this, I need to make sure that my skirt is in the same orientation as my facings, because the last couple of times I made this dress, I cut it backwards, and so it was opposite the diagram. So I'm just going to make sure very quickly that I did it correctly. So if I did it correctly, the center back should be here, and piece number 4, number 3, I did it backwards again. Okay, that's fine, because I'll just do the hem facing backwards as well. So, yeah, we can even see on my notes in the instructions that because apparently I do this backwards every single time, I've just switched the pieces. So, same dress, backwards skirt, it's fine. So 9, you just need to make sure that you're correlating the correct facing with the correct skirt side. So if you do cut it backwards like I did, just come in here and make sure that the wider skirt, which is number 4, is correlating with the wider hem facing piece, which is, let's find out. Which is 9. Okay. So in that case, in this little setup here, let's put the camera a little down, a little like here. Yeah. We want to be opposite this picture. So in the way that they did it here, number 9 and number 4 are on the left in this picture, and number 8 and number 3 are on the right in this picture. So coming up here, when you sew it this way, 8 is on the left and 9 is on the right. So I'm going to put opposite that. So from my laid out centerpiece, I'm going to have 9 on the left. Yeah. And I'm going to find the side with 2 notches. And that is going to go lined up with the 2 notches on the centerpiece here. Going to use a stolen clip. It's just, I just get a little rush out of the fact that, no, I'm just kidding. Okay. And we can see, having lined this out and lined those up, that there is a slight upward angle to that piece. And that is exactly how it should be looking. So there should be a slight upward angle when you match up those side edges. I'm going to drink some water. Okay. I'm just going to clip both sides and sew them up. Though, I do want to remember which side is which, so I'm going to use an iron-off pen. This is a friction pen. It's a great sewing tool. It disappears when you put heat on it. There we go, friction pen. This is an unsponsored. Anyway, you can also use friction to create heat and rub off the ink. But this is piece number 8. So I'm just going to write that on there so that I don't forget. And I might also put a pin on it because surely I will iron off that ink. Yeah, it is high tech, right? Surely, without a fail, I will iron off that ink and then have no idea which piece this is. So it's the one 8. I'm also going to pin ADHD hacks right here, my friends. I'm also putting a pin in the pattern piece so that I know that the piece with the pin is the same as the piece with the pin. Maybe these are more than just ADHD hacks. Maybe everybody needs these hacks because everybody's a little ADHD, okay? All right. There's our 2 notches. We're going to line those up with these 2 notches. Here and here. Stolen clip. Okay, and then I'm going to check on my seam allowance really fast. Get out of here, pattern pieces. We're going to sew them at 5/8. Okay, 5/8, here we come. Okay, dream stream. I'm still thinking about the dream stream. That's definitely got to happen. So do you think the dream stream should be like people can write in chat their dream images and I help them interpret them? Or like that would only work if there's people active in the chat, which there probably will be because it's such a cool idea. But I'm so sorry, everyone. We're just getting weirder and weirder as we go along. I could also just like talk about interpreting dreams when people are not there. I think that's a good idea. Okay. I have now sewn those 2 side seams. I am going to need to press them open. And I'm also going to need to press down the top edge by 3/8 of an inch on this whole top section. So I'm just going to put these in a place where I won't fling them around, because if you can't tell, I'm a little bit chaotic. So, all right, gonna go to the iron, gonna press down 3/8. Okay, the way that you know which side to press down on this hem facing, first of all, there's the shape. So you can see when you unfold it that it has this subtle kind of like angle. It's an angle right here. So you can look at it from the shape. Also, it is the unnotched edge. So there will be notches along one side of this, and based on the shape of it, I'm guessing it's this edge down here, and I'm correct. Here's a notch. So we're gonna fold down the top edge that does not have the notches, because we're going to be sewing the notches onto the bottom of the skirt and then flipping this up so that the folded over edge creates this really nice hem facing. There we go. Let's go over and do some pressing on my so sad not pressing camera. All right, here we go. Nula, are you okay? I stepped on her. It's terrible. She's fine. Okay. Are you okay? Shake it off. Let's do some ironing. Are you okay, baby girl? This is what happens when you lie right behind my chair all the time. Okay. I'm pressing those seams open. And then I'm gonna press down that top edge by 3/8 of an inch. And yeah, again, it's a good thing I put that pin in here to mark which side, because I'm about to definitely erase that iron off pen marking and not be able to see it anymore. Just shoving my little iron plate over this way. Okay. You all can't see that anyway right now because wah, wah, wah. No pressing cam. Okay. I'm just going to guesstimate 3/8 of an inch at the top of this, which I can do pretty well at this point. But I would recommend using a measuring tool if you are new to sewing or if you want to be more precise than me. But I am aiming for good enough, and that's about 3/8 of an inch. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Okay. Pressed. I know, poor baby. She's okay, don't worry. I didn't really step on her. It's more like I kind of tripped over her. Oh, still so sad. All right. Ta-da! Here we are. I've pressed the seams open and I've pressed the top edge down by 3/8 of an inch. Okay. Now we're going to go to the cutting table because I think that's going to give us the best view. I'm just going to shout because my microphone is not over here. So we're going to do our best. We're going to find the top edge of the skirt up here. You can tell it's the top because it's got pockets. But we don't need the top right now. So we need this bottom edge. And we don't need any of this either. Get out of my way. Okay. Okay. We're going to take this hem facing piece and you will see that it is shorter than the skirt. The length of the skirt is longer. And that is for a reason. It's because we are going to sew these onto the edges here and over here. And it's going to pull the skirt in to create a really beautiful hem finish on both of the front pieces. I'm just grabbing some pins. Hi, Luna. I'm glad you're not traumatized from me tripping on you. Hi, baby. Come here. No, maybe she is traumatized, actually. I'm so sorry. All right, I'm just pinning these edges. I didn't bring the instructions over, so I'm pretty sure this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And then I'm going to go back to the sewing machine and double check I'm doing this right, and then I'm going to sew it up. Anna, I'm so sorry that my Streamlabs thing got mad at you for capital letters. That's very stupid because you were correct. She does need hugs. That was the cutting table camera, one of the 4 cameras, one of the 3 cameras that still works. Robots are nerds. That is so true. They are. They're created by nerds. They're created in the image of their creator. I'm gonna sew now. Okay. So yes, we're gonna sew those to the center edge of the front skirt seams. So these outside edges are going to be the front edges of the skirt because it's a wrap skirt. We're matching up the notches and sewing those at 3/8 seam allowance, and then I'm going to go and serge those edges. Chaos. All right. Three-eighths, aka 10 millimeters. Trim off your threads, my friends. Trim them. They're so annoying. Trim them off. I really need water. Oh, I think she's on the couch. Kind of. Her butt's there. Well, we can look at her little spotted rump. It's so cute. Okay. Other side. I kind of put that on there a little askew, so I'm just going to adjust it and take my pins off. Okay. Trimming my threads. 'Cause threads are for nerds. I'm sorry. Okay. But I'm not a soldier. Okay. I need to go serge those sides. So along the whole edge that I just sewed this little facing onto, I'm going to serge that whole side on both of the sides. There's no serging cam, so sad. We'll just go to this camera while I do that. Oh, that's so flattering. Okay, we have serged the edges of the skirt. We might need to go over, let me see what the next step is. Yeah, we need to, okay. I'm gonna go to the cutting table view again. Oh, and the curtain's open to this beautiful clean table full of my project. Okay, so now that we have sewn, I think I can take this pin off at this point since it kind of worked out. Hopefully that was a calculated risk. So now basically what we're going to do is we're going to line this up. We're going to line each of these side seams up with their counterpart and then pull the edge in from there. And it should match up quite nicely. Yeah. Huh. I might have done it correctly. What a day, my friends. I'm just going to put some pins in those spots as little placeholders. And then I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to give this a nice shake out to make it lie nicely. And lo and behold, there is a notch right here where it's supposed to fold. Another piece of evidence that I've done something right. Shocking behavior. Okay, I know that this seam allowance right here is later going to be pressed to the outside, so I'm going to pin it like that. And I'm going to check my instructions to make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself, because that does tend to happen sometimes. Oh, it's Nuala coming through the camera. She's so perfect. All right, the instructions say, la la la. So, okay, they do say to, right sides together, fold the right skirt back on the front, pin the facings to match. Okay, I'm on the right step. I'm just doing things slightly out of order, but it's fine. Okay. So basically the order that I'm doing slightly out of order is I'm going to sew along this bottom edge first, and then I'm going to press this over by 3/8 of an inch all the way up. So since I'm already here and I already have it laid out, I'm just going to do this first. It doesn't really matter that much which of these steps you do first, in my opinion. But for anybody doing a sew along with this when I post it later on YouTube, I'm doing it out of order because I decided to. All right. Here's another notch, and it's matching up perfectly in the center back. She's done it again. Actually gotten something right. What a concept. Okay, this is that part where it is a little bit mismatched, so I'm actually going to intentionally not line it up perfectly right there, because it doesn't need to be lined up, because it's askew. A few more pins. And let's do this side as well. We're going to find the notch. Fold it right on that notch, which should, this is kind of like having a funny shape here on the bottom. I am going to guess that I kind of cut it funny and leave a little bit of overlap there. Just an educated guess, but that was a me problem, not a pattern problem. Once again, I'm going to sew this seam allowance towards the inside because I know that I need to. Just kidding, towards the outside because I know it needs to be pressed in that direction eventually anyways. If you hear weird sounds right now, it's because my dog is making them. I'm sorry, Nuala. Did I just shame you? It wasn't shame, it was just fact. It doesn't make you less lovable that you make weird noises. Okay. We are pinned. Back to the machine. To the machine. This is definitely getting quite janky at this point. I do love a bun that's kind of like falling out though. It gives such a, it's kind of like a romantic look, like a, I don't know. Anyway, who cares? All right, so in our instruction book, I have pinned like this. I'm saving this pressing step for after I sew, and I'm going to do this sewing step where I sew along that bottom edge now. It's like 6 p.m. now. A disappointment to the internet. I will be finishing this dress today. As long as I keep focused. All right, 3/8 seam allowance, let's go. The bun did not survive. It has fallen. It's true. Where's my pin thing? Though it is like really getting in the way, so. Is the dress put onable right now? It's not quite, but the top part is. I'll put on the top part and show you. Though I actually do have another version of the dress, so maybe I'll just put on my my complete version and I can show you what it looks like when it's done, because it's really cool. My dog was sleeping on this. The demo unit, yeah, exactly. There is a lot of dog hair on this currently because Nuala took a nap on it earlier, which I was 100% okay with because it was adorable. I'm gonna need to like stand on something because this camera isn't gonna want to show my whole body. We'll figure it out, don't worry. You'll be able to see the whole thing. I have an idea. Let's switch to the sewing camera. There we go. Okay. I'm terribly backlit, but basically this dress has some ties that tie right here. And then what we're gonna do, I see a chat. You need at least 5 more cameras in light of this new information. Thank you. I love the vibe of your space. Me too, that's why I did it that way. It's supposed to be just like cozy and eccentric. But yes, I do need like 5 more cameras. You're totally right. Okay, so I'm gonna put this on. So there's a tie on this side, and then maybe the cat needs like a little, oh, she just went by, I think, in the pet cam. I think she needs like a GoPro. So it has a little button to secure it on this side, and then it has this super cute kind of like Obi style belt. And that just goes right around. It hides the button and then ties in this cute bow in the front. And I will step back. I'm going to pull my pants out of the way so that they're not messing with the vibe of the dress. And you can see, if I get in position, get out of the way, ironing board. Okay, that's the dress. It's very cute. It's very flattering. I love it. It has pockets. That's the dress. Yeah, it definitely has like a slightly Japanese look to it. I love like the little Obi belt. I'm that camera. Stop it. Oh, I made it stop. Okay. Yeah, so it has this really cute, definitely very Japanese kind of vibe. I love it. And this fabric has like little golden stars on it. Very cute. Both of these fabrics, the one I'm using today and the one I made this out of, are technically for quilting, but they make really good wrap dresses, so I'm not going to stop using them for clothes. Sorry, world. Okay, demo dress is off. Sad day. Goodbye, demo dress. But here is the, I'm going to put on the bodice really fast, do a little quick bodice try on. I just need to turn off the center stage thing again on the iMac. There we go. Okay, so this is the bodice that I've completed so far. And let's just give it a little try on. Bend the knees so that y'all can see. I think it's going to be really cute. I love the color. Yes. It's a yes. I'm going to wear this all the time. I can already tell. So excited. Okay. Sewing. I'm back. Okay. Oh, hello, chat. Let me just peek. Cat can pull heists, avoiding the security cameras. Yeah, the belt, we already talked about that. Yeah, the fabric looks really nice. This brown fabric, I love it. I did an Instagram poll before this stream to see if people liked this fabric more, or let me grab the other option because it's also really pretty. This is the other fabric that I was thinking about using. And it's fabulous. But the votes were for this one. I definitely am still going to make something. I know, it's a really tough choice. I'm definitely still going to make something out of this because, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. But, yeah. The brown won this time. The evil eyes will win next time. All right, let's sew this seam. Did we lose music? No, we didn't. Kind of. Okay. I feel like I'm probably going to run out of bobbin at some point soon. That's the bottom thread for anybody who doesn't speak sewing language. It's going to be sad because I'm not going to notice. Then I'm going to have to redo the whole seam. So when I come to a point where one of my fabrics is smaller than the other one, I'm going to keep my seam allowance lined up with the smaller fabric, typically. Haven't run out of bobbin yet, but it's only a matter of time. As long as I keep joking about it, maybe it won't happen. Ooh, I sewed over a pin. Oops. It's fine, it didn't break my needle. This time, here's the other spot where it got a little funky when I was pinning. That's fine. We're just going to keep with the 3/8 seam allowance with the smaller fabric and pretend that didn't happen. The dog and the cat are playing around behind me. You might see chaos. Nula, are you being nice to her? You're also shaking my camera. Why don't you guys come over here? Come on. Come over here. Come on. Oh, the cat. Oh, my seam allowance just went. I'm going to fix my seam allowance here. So I think what happened is that one of the front fabric piece this time got a little bit longer than the other, so I'm just gonna ease into, oh, I just ran out of bobbin with this much left to sew. Oh my God, Nula, you need to go play somewhere else. You're knocking my camera around. So sad. New bobbin. I knew that was going to happen. Here's the sad empty bobbin. And the happy, not empty bobbin. I don't know, maybe it's happy to be empty. It gets to take a little break. Maybe I should stop personifying inanimate objects, but I don't think I will. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we can finish our seam. Okay. Let's trim off our evil threads so they don't make me angry later. More threads. Okay. Back to the instructions. So the step that I skipped earlier was just pressing pressing the rest of this inside edge of the front part of the skirts that overlap in the front. This is the inside edge of that. So I'm going to go and press that over by 3/8 of an inch the whole way up. And then next we're going to, oh my gosh, we are so close to trying on the actual dress. Oh my gosh. Okay. So as soon as I press this, I can sew the bodice on and then I can dry it on. It's very exciting. That means we're actually really close to being done. Sweet. Oh, Nula, were you right behind my chair again? Girlfriend, that's gotta hurt. Why do you choose to lie there? Hi, baby. No pressing cam. I promise I'll fix that for next stream. But for now, you'll just have to deal with it. More like I'll just have to deal with it. Okay. I'm also just guesstimating this 3/8 of an inch press because I kind of have a good idea of what 3/8 of an inch looks like at this point. And also because this isn't a press that has to be like perfectly precise. All right, one side done, one to go. I want to finish this dress. It's gonna be so cute. All right, we are guesstimating that 3/8 of an inch press. I feel like we should have a contest for people who sew about guesstimating seam measurements. I just totally pressed that in the wrong direction. Warrant. Because I was thinking about contests. Now I have to unpress it and repress it. It's not the end of the world, but it's kind of annoying. Okay. Time to repress. The cat is over here on the floor. You can't see her, but I think she really wants to help me, which is not helpful. But she sometimes likes to attack my sewing projects. She did attack the fabric earlier while I was trying to cut it out. So she participated. So close. Hi, Nula. One more inch. Let's go. All right, I think it's time to sew on the bodice. Freaking out. Let me go back to sewing mode. All right. So excited. All right, so we're gonna need the top of the dress, or the top of the skirt, and we're going to align the notches. Let's see, left front bodice edge corresponds to the second waist notch from the center. Yeah. And again, my dress is going to be backwards from this image because I cut it backwards, which apparently I've done every single time I've cut this pattern out. And without fail, it's backwards. So, you know what? I've modified the instructions. It's fine. It does not affect the end product, which is fabulous. Okay. So from this side, the bodice is going to, this is getting really hairy too. The bodice is going to attach to the second notch, allegedly, but that's not backwards. Moment of confusion, all. My bad. Okay. Which one has the wider? This one has the wider hem. We're just going to pin it on and see how it goes. Usually that'll tell me what's what. So I'm going to attach, I'm going to bring this down a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to attach this right here. By attach, I mean pin. There is animal chaos happening on the other side of the studio, but it is unfortunately not in the pet cam. It's like right outside the view of the pet cam. It's really sad. I wish you could see it, because it's really funny. Okay, here's a notch. The notches match up. That's a good sign. I think also, most importantly, I want to make sure that the center back of the bodice and the center back of the skirt line up. And there should be some notches on either side of that, right here and right here. So there's those notches there and those notches there. So I'm going to line that up. Okay. This is going hopefully well. And then the side seam of the top should also align with the side seam of the skirt, which it is. Maybe I've done something right. And then this edge should align with a little notch right there, which it is. Oh my gosh, it's coming together. And then I'm just going to kind of carefully line it up in between all those kind of marker pins. Though sadly, not the cat pins from earlier. All right, just a last little bit of pinning, and then we should be able to attach these together and try it on. I'm so excited. So quilting cotton, which is this like mid-weight cotton, it comes in so many fun prints, and that's kind of why I like to use it for clothing when I can. But the trick to finding a sewing pattern that works with quilting cotton kind of depends on a couple different things. It needs to be something that doesn't need a lot of flowiness to it, because quilting cotton doesn't have a lot of flowiness. I'm gonna check my seam allowance. Seam allowance is 5/8. Good, I checked, because I was gonna do 3/8. So quilting cotton doesn't have a lot of flowy drapiness to it, which is totally fine. It's great for what it's great for. And so I really like it for like structured, kind of more structured garments like this one that are not really relying on a lot of swishy, flowing movement for the look that they're trying to attain. I also wouldn't make something that needs like heavyweight fabric, like denim or something, out of quilting cotton. I've made pants out of it. It actually worked fine for that, but I would do it for like a relaxed fit pant, not a really tight fit pants, because I think I would be worried about ripping a seam out for something more like that. So but for sundresses, it works really nicely, and most sundresses, unless they're supposed to be super flowy. For wrap dresses, it works fine. Yeah, talking about quilting cotton. I also often will use quilting cotton to make like a first-time mock-up of a new garment, so that it, Mike sounds crackly, says Milo. Is it still crackly? Update me. My cameras are probably all just like super sick of working. They're like, we've been working all day. Can we just have a break? Except for my iMac. My iMac's like, I'm fine. Is it still crackly, Milo? Oh no, pin down. You know what I get to use when I drop a pin? This magnet thing. So that I don't have to bend over unnecessarily, and it just grabs the pin for me. Stupid tools you can buy. I don't know if the mic is still being crackly, but if it is, let me know. The dog did run into my camera a lot, so just making sure that connection's good. All right, just a little bit to go. Okay. I'm just checking on the instructions to see what is next. All right, basically, we're super close to being done with the dress part. Okay. We stitched that in place, and now I need the ties that are going to be the little waist tie on one side. So let me go grab some twill tape for that. The pattern suggests 2 21-inch lengths of twill tape, or your choice of pre-made ties for the inside closure of the dress. And in the past, I've just made ties out of the same fabric as my dress, but I am just going to use twill tape for this one because it's easier. So I'll be right back. I feel like that's plenty for one tie. Yeah, let's just use those two. Sounds like a plan. So one side of the twill tape is going to go and align with this notch right here. And I am just going to put a pin in that. I'm just trying to read ahead of my instructions a little bit. I'm going to tie a knot in one side of this tie. That's just going to prevent it from fraying. I'm going to do the same thing on the other one. So funny story, I actually didn't realize that the pattern suggested using twill tape for this step until I was teaching a class on this dress, and my student used the twill tape, and I was like, that's really smart. Why did I never think of that? Okay, this one I'm gonna just secure right here, and then we'll put the other one on the inside of the dress. Great. Chop off your strings. And next, then the other twill tape needs to go on the inside of the dress. So we're going to flip it around, and it's just going to go right here on the side seam, like so. Here's the pocket, side seam. Again, mine is backwards to the pictures, but you can see where it goes on there. I'm just stitching that on top of right where I sewed on my previous seam, and my dogs are barking upstairs, so apologies if you can hear them. Let's see. Okay, we're on to step 13, which is the button loop, which I hope I did not lose. It's the tiniest of the pattern pieces, and I didn't lose it. It's right here. Okay. We are so gonna finish this dress. I'm determined. All right, button loop. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and I'm gonna press this button loop in half, like that. And then I'm gonna press each side into the half, like that. Not really working. And then I'm gonna fold that in half. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna do that. So, like I said, I have ironed this with each half coming into the center and then folded it in half. And now I'm just gonna sew up the open side. I'm sewing really close to the edge on this one. Let's see if I can focus right here, camera. Come on. I think it's working. So I've sewn really close to the edge. The seam is right there. And I'm gonna make it into this adorable button loop. So I'm gonna fold one piece like that and one piece like that. Is that right? Yeah. From this side, it'll look like that. There we go. So then I'm just gonna overlap the ends. like this. And I'm going to just baste them in place. I'm not going to switch to a basting stitch for this because it doesn't really matter on this stuff. There we go. So there's our button loop. This is going to be that other side closure. So cute. And we're going to sew that right there onto the dress. So that's going to be on my dress on the other side because I made my dress backwards. As per usual with this dress, apparently. So this is that spot on my dress. I just made my pattern piece go under my sewing machine. Come out. Come out. Haha, got it. I'm gonna put that with these other ones so it doesn't fly away. And now, this is going to go like that. So she does say to trim it down to 1 3/4 inches, and I didn't do that, so I'm going to do that now. 1 3/4 inches. Where is a ruler? Here it is. So 1 3/4 inches is right about there. Does the mic still sound crackly? Oh, that was 20 minutes ago. Just kidding. Okay, there's my newly resized button loop. I don't know why I put a pin in it. I didn't really need to. I'm gonna rebaste, so just temporarily sew that together on the end. And here we have it. So now I'm gonna sew, now that looks more like the right size. So I'm gonna just attach that onto there. I'm gonna stitch back and forth a few times just to make sure it stays on really nice. Yeah. And then I'm gonna trim off my threads because I hate them. Okay. The next step is to fold back the center front facings on the right and left skirt fronts so that the right sides are together. We're going to fold at the waist notches. So that means we're basically going to just overlap it like that on both of the front sides. I'm going to cut off that serger thread. And then we are going to sew those ends down. So once I pin both of those folded back, I'm going to sew them down. And I'm going to sew those at 5/8. Yes, 5/8. Because that's also the seam allowance I used to attach the bodice to the skirt. There we go. Ta-da! Cut those threads off. Now let's do the other side. Okay, so the notch where we fold is where we either attach the twill tape or the little loop. As you can see, the notch is right there next to the twill tape. So I'm gonna fold in on that notch and just bring this in over here and pin it. Gonna sew that at 5/8. So now when I turn it right side out, which I'm not going to do quite yet, but when I do, that twill tape, which was sewn in the corner right here, should be right on the very edge, like that. So cute. So now I'm just going to go and I'm going to serge that whole top edge that we've been working on. And then I'm going to turn the hem facings right side out, and it's going to be like a really cute little magic trick to make the dress look super finished. Like that. You're about to see it happen in real time. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. It's time for the reveal. Actually, almost. First, I'm going to turn out those little hem facings. So, on those corners, we're going to just turn them out. And also on the bottom here, this is when the chopstick that I put in my hair earlier comes in handy. I should probably press this before I try it on, but I think I'm going to try it on first because I want to. Because I'm pretty excited about it. All right, last part to turn right side out. I have this little serger loopy right here, so I'm just gonna sew over it to keep it from. Oh, the dogs are back. I just did that to keep it from fraying. Okay, turning that right side out, and there's our cute little button loop right on the edge there as well. And okay, let's do this. Let's try this dress on. I do feel like I need to transition back to the aforementioned chopstick and crafting tools bun for the try-on moment. So thank you to Anna in my chat who hath inspired the situation. Where did my chopstick go? I'm gonna start with, I guess I have this other chopstick kind of thing. It doesn't feel very secure, so we're gonna try to make it more secure. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Okay. Love it. All right. I'm turning off the little automatic moving thing in my camera so that you can actually see this dress try on. Oh, my white cat is down here too. She doesn't usually come down. Isis. Let's see if you can see her. No, she can't. She's hiding. But we are going to get this chair out of the way. And then we're going to do a little dress reveal try on. Hi, Nula. All the animals are here, showing up for the dress try on. Okay, so we're gonna start by doing our little side ties over here. And I haven't put a button on yet for this other part. I also haven't sewn the belt yet, but I'm gonna come forward and just style this neckline a little bit right here. It's looking super cute. And I'm just gonna secure this with a safety pin, because I can. This is my mirror now. Okay, no, that did not work. Safety pinning on your own body, always terrifying. Will I stab myself in the abdomen? I did not. Okay, here we are. I don't know about my hair. I'm gonna get my pants out of the way. And I'm gonna grab the belt so that we can, the unfinished belt, but we can sort of get the full effect. Oh my god, it's so cute. I love it. So this is gonna go around here. I love that the pattern is, oh, Luna, hi. I love the pattern being a different direction than the other parts of the dress. I'm loving it. I'm not loving what my hair is doing. I need more tendrils. I need them. That just made it worse. Oh well. But yeah, that will give you an idea of what we're about to finish. There's the pockets. You gotta have them. All right, let's finish this damn dress. I'm gonna unsafety pin. I'm gonna switch my camera back to center stage. Center stage, so you can just see my face. There we are with our try-ons. Okay, it's actually perfect because I'm gonna go over to the iron. I don't know what's happening here. Forget about it, it's fine. I'm gonna iron that hem facing now, so let me show you the bottom part where we sewed that facing onto right here. Now what I'm going to be doing is turning it up so that then I can basically turn this into the hem of the dress. So if we look at the instructions, let me find the right page. That's going to be, oh, we just got another spam text message, text chat. It's not called a text message, Kerry. This is the stuff we're working on. Unfortunately, as you all know by now, my pressing camera died. So we're just gonna have to do our best to imagine what's going on over here. And I will show you when I'm back at the sewing table. Basically, I'm just making this behave and lie nice and flat so that I can pin it down and sew it, and it makes the edge of the inside of the dress have this beautiful finish to it. This part down here. So, we're so close. We are so close to being done with this dress. It's very exciting. But we are through all of the time-consuming parts. So I think we're going to be done really soon, which is great. Though this pressing is slightly time-consuming, but not that bad. All right, it's coming along. You can see the progress right here. And I'm just so excited to be done with this dress. I'm absolutely going to wear it to work next time I teach at the shop. Let's be real, I'm just going to probably wear it everywhere I go for the next, who knows, week, until I sew something else that I'm really excited about. So close, but so far. It is important on these finishing edges just to get it really nice looking. So I'm just trying to get this to really cooperate so that when I sew it, it looks really, really nice. Because you don't want to get impatient at the end of your project, guilty, and abandon the quality of the work near the end. So trying to avoid doing that by just taking my time over here, doing the pressing. Don't skip your pressing. I'm also at this point, I'm taking the labels off of the skirt pieces because I don't need them anymore. So, oh my gosh, the animals are being extremely cute. Boop. There we go. Okay, we're trying on this wrap dress that I've been making literally all day on the internet. So, it's got these little side ties. I'm gonna tie those on. And then this is gonna come around this way. Oh, it's looking so cute. That's gonna go like that. It'll button right there. And then it's gonna have this really cute belt that goes right around the middle. I'm excited about it. I think this color is a good color for my hair. All right, let's finish this. Back to the sewing. After I make my camera look at my face all the time again. Okay, here we are. This has been a sewing marathon day. Okay. So what I still need to do, there's some fun little finishing details on this dress. I need to add the button. I didn't do sleeve version B, so I don't need to do that. You can put like a little hook and eye between the pocket and the opposite skirt on the underskirt so that it doesn't just constantly splay open when you sit. I usually just safety pin it there because, you know, your girl's a little lazy about putting a hook and eye onto things. So I think the only sewing things that we need to do, which is so exciting, I need to sew that hem facing down that I just finished ironing. And then I need to do the belt, which is really just those 2 pages. And then I'm done. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna switch over to the cutting table because I'm gonna go over there and do the pinning because this is a really big pinning part. All right. Hi, everybody. My cat. Let's see if we can get her on camera. Come here, Gizzy. Come here. Come right over here. Well, I got the dog. Anyways. Animals are so cute and constantly distracting me. But they're really the stars of the show, as you all know. So that's fine. Okay. So I just ironed basically this part, and the part on the opposite skirt down really nicely. I've got some serger thread sticking out right here, so I'm gonna just chop that off. Because nobody needs that. All right. Let's pin. So the next stitch I'm going to be doing is along the edge of this this edge here. So I just want to keep it exactly where I want it so that it does not escape the sewing. One side done. Let's do the other side and then let's do the bottom edge because the bottom edge is the longest. Let's get these sides out of the way first. I'm gonna need to lint roll this thing. It's covered in dog hair and thread bits and who knows what else. All right. Will I have enough pins? Nobody knows. It's a mystery. I'll have enough pins. I know. All right, on to the bottom. I'm going to start with kind of quartering it off a little bit, just to give myself shorter sections to work through. So I'm pretty much just putting pins on the side seams, and then my cat's on the floor rolling on my shirt that I was wearing earlier. Lovely. Okay, so now I've kind of divided this long bottom piece into sections, so I'm going to just put a few more pins on there, and then we're going to go sew it down, and then we're going to sew the belt, and then we're going to be done! Ow! I stabbed myself with a pin. It's part of sewing. You get over it. Last section. I'm just shaking my head at my cat. Okay, let's go back over to the sewing machine and sew this hem facing down and make a belt. Ow, I just stabbed myself again. Oh, oh God, I almost just sat on pins. Okay. So, wow, I have been live for 9 hours now, people. It's okay. I would have been sewing all day anyways, and this is really fun. So prepare to see me back all the time. Because now my hobby is a hobby that I will be sharing with the internet. It's also my profession. It's a hobfession. No. Does anybody have a good combo word of hobby and profession? Hobfession, hobby, profobby. Make me stop. I'm also going to take my bun out. It's annoying me. Back to the glamorous hair that's really messy at this point. All right. Give me my vanity. Okay. Wrong step. Let's go over here. Yeah, so I'm basically just going to be sewing on the inside edge of these facings to finish off that hem of the dress. And then the dress part is done, except I need to attach a button and I need to make the belt, and that's all. I'm gonna check that. Okay, good. I always like to check when I'm sewing from the wrong side that the stitch on the bottom is looking good, which it is. And I just replaced my bobbin recently, so we hopefully won't run out. In fact, we almost definitely won't. No, pin down. Time for the magnet. Where did it go? No pin. Bravo. to have lost a pin on the floor. Oh, nope. Well, I'll search for it later, probably when I step on it. Okay. Moving on with my life. So I'm kind of just eyeballing where I'm sewing on the edge of this. I'm trying to just be really close to the edge here. And I'm also trying to pick a visual point on my presser foot and stick with that. So that is the current method to the madness. It's getting a little crowded here on the desk, so I'm going to move my water and hopefully remember it exists. This does not do the trick. Okay, when I get to the corner, I'm going to have my needle down. I'm going to turn by lifting my presser foot up and just using my needle as a pivot. And then I'm going to continue along the bottom hem. Oh my gosh. I'm going to feel really accomplished having made this whole dress in one day, like literally from cutting it out. Usually I will cut things out a day before I sew them so that I don't have to do it on the same day. And this is also not like it's not a simple sew, this one. There's a lot of pieces to it, and yeah. Isn't this a cute pin thing? You just get to stab it all the time. All right. Stab. Okay. But it is fun to stab pins into the pin cushion, okay? Speed demon coming out. So close. We've got one more corner to turn, and then this is like literally the last seam on the actual dress part. After this, I'm gonna make the belt, and then I am going to sew a button on, and then I'm done. So again, I'm putting my needle down, I'm lifting up my presser foot, and I'm turning the corner. And then I'm putting my presser foot back down. My sewing machine has this, oh god, I gotta get rid of the couch camera again because the dogs are gone and it's so sad without them there. But now you can see this thing right here, which is it has something that my knee can push against to raise and lower the presser foot. So I love this machine because I get to sew faster on it than I do when I have to manually lower and raise the presser foot, like manual labor. Can you imagine? Anyways. All right, we are so close. It's gonna be the last hour of my stream. It's just me being like, we're so close. We're so close. I want to eat dinner. Actually, I want to finish my dress first, and I'm going to. Hi, animals. Oh, the white kitty's on the couch. The white kitty's on the couch. Alert, alert. Is she still on the couch? She's not on the couch anymore. Oh, she's right there with the dog. Can you see them? Oh my god, I gotta switch Look at how cute they are. They're like rubbing on each other. Look at this. No, no, no. Don't center on me. Center on them. They're the center of attention. All right, animal antics aside, let's finish this damn dress. But we are going to hide the couch because they're not on it. So close. The end is in sight. Gotta snip off the seam, not the seam, the thread, the butt of the seam. That's how I think of the thread. Is that weird? It's the butt of the seam. Chop it off. Okay. All right. Let's see. Trying to decide if I want to do the button first or the belt. I think I'm just gonna speed run the belt, and then I'm going to put the button on very last and do a last official try on of the completed garment. So, phase 1, let's do the belt. So, with one of the front belt pieces, the one without interfacing, I put interfacing on both of my belt pieces. And the reason for this is that on previous versions of this dress that I've sewn up, interfacing is this stabilizer stuff that irons onto the back of the fabric. On previous versions that I've made of this dress, the belt tends to get kind of wrinkled up. It is right on my natural waist, and that is where our bodies, bend and contort, and it's natural for things to get wrinkled up there, but I really am hoping to sort of preserve the wideness of the belt a little bit more on this sew-up of this dress, so I decided to try putting interfacing on both sides and see if that helps it, just stay a little bit stiffer. So fingers crossed. I am not convinced that it'll work because this is really like a lightweight interfacing. But we'll find out. We'll find out the first day that I wear it to work all day, and it gets really wrinkled up. So on one of the ends of the belt, we're just going to press that in 5/8 of an inch. Because I don't want to get up and go to my iron for that much, I'm literally just gonna finger press it. So finger pressing it is just like pressing it with your fingers, There, it's kind of staying. All right. So I'm gonna set that aside for a moment. And then I'm going to take 2 of my belt ties. I cut out 4 belt ties. They are the long ends of the belt, these ones, and I'm gonna just sew them around 3 edges. Then I'm gonna turn them right side out. So let's go. Put those over there. Pattern piece. Put it over here. So these should already be kind of in 2 pairs that are facing each other. So I'm gonna try to preserve that as much as possible from when I cut them out, because then I don't have to line them back up again. Oh, I feel like I have a dog hair in my mouth. Sorry. Okay. Because I'm impatient, I don't recommend doing this at home. Because I'm impatient, I'm not going to pin or clip this. I'm just going to sew it. And it's going to be good enough. The seam allowance is 3/8 of an inch or 10 millimeters or 1 centimeter, depending on whether you prefer metric or imperial measurements. Let's go! Woo! That's what I'm talking about. It's staying pretty lined up. It stayed so lined up despite my insane sewing. So I'm gonna get to like where I think about 3/8 is from the edge, and then I'm gonna do that thing where I lift it up and I turn it. And yeah, it's actually kind of like exactly at 3/8. So sometimes you have to go back a stitch or forward a stitch to make it maintain the seam allowance. Let's see if I can pull it off again. That was a little shy of 3/8, so I'm gonna just do 1 back stitch. Oh, perfection. All right, let's go. So I'm using my fingers on either side of the strip of fabric to just kind of stop it from wandering in either direction, but otherwise I'm honestly just kind of organizing it with this hand and letting the sewing machine pull it through at a high speed. If I see it drifting too much, I'll pause and fix it, but it's looking pretty good. Okay, let's trim off some threads, and let's do the other pair, and then we're going to turn both of those right side out. The belt is really quite a quick sew, so we are nearing the finish line, my friends. 9 hours and 15 minutes and 13 seconds into this stream. High speed. I love it. This is how I get my thrills now in my 30s, is by sewing really, really fast on my sewing machine. It's not life-threatening. It's wholesome. I get a dress out of it. It's pretty great. Oh god, that got real wonky for a second. It's fine. Okay. Oh, it didn't really get that wonky. It just felt like it. Wow, I guessed 3/8 perfectly both times that time. Ta-da! All right, let's trim off our evil thread butts. Evil thread butts. That's a new one. And now what I like to do, let's see. Yeah, she does recommend to trim the corners. So in order to get this nice, lovely point at the end of the belt, what we're going to do is we're just going to trim off some of our seam allowance at a diagonal. Obviously, you don't want to trim through your seam, so I'm just being careful not to do that. And then I'm just giving it a little trim down just on the corners. We don't really need to do it on the rest of it. Let's do the other one. Trimming down those corners. I like to trim the top bit too. And then, okay, so it looks like my sewing machine skipped a stitch right here on this corner. See how it is going across right there at a diagonal? There's actually a hole right here, and that is where the final stitch should have been. So I'm actually just going to reinforce that really fast because I don't want to, when I turn it right side out, poke through the end, which is what will happen if I try to turn it right side out right now. So I'm just going to come in, do a little back stitch right before, sew up to that point, that turning point, and then come back and do a little back stitch on the other side of it. Let's see if that helped. Yes. There it goes. All right, now I will continue my trimming. Okay, that looks good. All right, let's turn these babies inside out, right side out, inside out from how they are right now. So you can use a straw and a chopstick. These are basically just the manufactured versions of a chaw and a chopstick. A straw and a chopstick, my friends, is what I was trying to say. So the way that you use these is you put the tube inside the tube. Hopefully I picked the right size. They do have little labels. I have 3 different sizes of these. So these are for 1/2 inch. This is a 1.5 inch thing for 1 inch and larger fabric tubes. I think this is going to work because my tube is over 1 inch. So I am going to push my fabric all the way down. Basically, I'm putting the tube at the bottom of the fabric tube that I've made. And then I take the little poker and I just put that in here. And it will start turning this right side out. And all I have to do is kind of keep doing this. Until I get to the end. There it is, the other end of it coming right out. Now I just have to sort of work all of this off the end. Like that. And the tube is going to reappear right here. And that, my friends, is a very easy peasy way to do the very obnoxious task of turning out a very small tube of fabric. All you need is a chopstick and a straw. I'm just using the end of that chopstick to kind of get that corner nice and sharp. So now we have that lovely shape that we were going for. The little beveled end of the belt. I'm gonna obviously give this all a really nice iron, but now I just got to get the chopstick out of there. Okay. Let's turn this other one right side out. So we're going to put the tube in the tube. We're tubing. No. No. Okay. Get it all the way to the bottom. And then take your poker. And once you get it going, you can just start pulling it down to the bottom. And there's the other side. Now we just have to get all this off. It's really quite satisfying. I used to hate loop turning, tube turning, which is what this is called. But I got these tools and now I'm kind of obsessed because it's really easy. Just proves you just need the right tool. My animals are once again fighting underneath the tripod of my camera, so it's getting a little wiggly. Getting that corner nice and sharp. Sometimes if you give the chopstick just a little twist, it'll help with that. I'm going to call that probably about as good as it's going to get. Now I just got to get the chopstick back out. Woohoo! All right. We got 2 belt ties. I'm going to put this tool away. And what's next? Poo-poo-poo-poo-poo. Trim the corners. Okay, I do need to go and give these a nice iron before the next step. So I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna go to this camera because my pressing camera died. It's so tragic. But you can still kind of see me from over here. So you just can't see what I'm doing. My pressing camera looks down on the ironing board and it's really nice, I promise, when it works. So I'm just gonna iron these really flat. I'm trying to get the seams to the edges so that it's nice, so that it's nice and pressed properly. It's the end of the day. My brain is crashing. Isis, don't get on my desk. My cat approaches, so get ready. The white cat, who's the old cat, she's not that old, she's like 12. The black cat is 3, but it's the 12-year-old cat who's actually the bigger troublemaker. Okay, 1 down, 1 to go. So one way I like to try to get the seam to the edge is by doing a little like rolling motion. There we go. My husband is asking if I want him. We are probably in the final minutes of this. These last few steps don't take very long. Okay, I have pressed my belt ties. I return to my sewing machine, but I do need to kick my cat sadly out of my chair. She's licking her bum on my chair. There she is. Oh, she's so precious. Now she's gonna try to attack my hand because she's angry with me. Let me sit down. Yeah, are we ready for the attack? Oh, no, she's just gonna peace out. I'm okay with that. Go on. All right. Let's get the dress out of the way. All right, so next step is the sewing camera returning. Ta-da! Okay, I'm just gonna rearrange this after the animals took their toll. All right. Next step, we are going to attach one of the belt ties to one of the ends of the big belt pieces. These ones, the ones with the interfacing attached. And this is to the piece where we have not pressed that end over. So this is the one that I pressed the end over on. And so I'm going to take the other one. I'm going to put one of the raw ends of the belt, right sides together, matching up. There's a little notch on the end. I'm going to match that up. I'm going to pin it. Now my cat is sitting on the other chair to my other sewing machine, licking her bum again in the same fashion that she was on my chair. Very funny. Okay, I am going to make sure I'm leaving 3/8 on either side of this because that's going to be the seam allowance. So I'm going to center this instead of looking at the notches because my notch seems to be a little bit off center. So I'm just going to prevent an issue later by doing that now. And then I'm going to sew this at 5/8 right here. That kind of wandered a little bit from 5/8. Let me see if I should. Yeah. It wandered again. It's going to be good enough. All right. We are now going to do the exact same thing with the other side of the belt. Center that on there. Match up your notches if they are centered, which mine are not, but they should be. Actually, these ones are better. This side looks good. The other side was a bit askew. And I'm going to sew that again at 5/8. of an inch, 5/8 of an inch, which is approximately 15 millimeters. Okay. What's next? Now, okay, this is a really clever part. So we're gonna fold up the ends of the belt ties inside of the space of this belt piece that I just sewed them to. And then we're gonna sew the other outside piece to it. Then we're gonna be able to basically pull it out from the ties. So it's a very cool little trick. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to nicely organize the ties here in the center, and I'm going to safety pin them together in the middle to each other, not to the belt, because I think it would be really annoying to turn right side out if you safety pin to the actual belt or the outside piece. So we're not going to do that. We're just going to pin them together, which is not really working. This is a dull safety pin. How rude. Okay, I'm going to try going through fewer layers. But if you do attach the two belt ends together, when you turn it right side out, basically you'll pull on one of them, and then this will just pull the whole thing out from the other end. So here is what I'm doing here. I'm just organizing this. Let me get these out of the way. I'm just organizing this so that when I put this other piece right sides together on top of it, the ties are not going to be caught in the edge of the seam. The yellow thing, this left in the machine. Oh, this is a really cool tool. This has, so it's a ruler, and it has little things sticking off of it that are like common seam allowances. So 3/8, 5/8, 1/2, and 1/4. And it also has like a 2-inch grid ruler on it. So I use this all the time to just like check my seam allowances when I'm ironing, or to measure little small things while I'm sitting here at the table. So I like having this around. All right, this is the one where we did press that 5/8 inch over. And what we want to do is we want to put that at one end, right here, offset by 5/8 of an inch. Sorry, I was blocking that. So we're pretty much going to line that up with the previous stitch that we did. And this is the hole through which we're going to turn everything right side out. So I'm going to just put a couple of pins there. Thanks for the question, by the way. I love it when people ask me questions, because then I get to talk about things that I'm a big nerd about, and it's really fun. Okay. I'm going to start pinning around the edge of this whole belt. And then I'm going to basically sew in a big U all around the whole edge. I'm going to clip those corners so that they're nice and sharp when I turn it right side out. And then I'm going to pull it through. I'm going to close up the opening, and then it's done. And then I can try on the whole dress and the belt. Oh man. Oh man. We are excited. We are very excited. We meaning me and you, hopefully. I don't know. Okay, pinning. Oh, I think I need to eat this emergency candy bar. I'm getting low blood sugar. Not too bad yet, but you guys don't want a hangry Kerry. That's not good. So, take care of your body. Okay. Oh, good. No chocolate on my fingers. Okay. So I'm going to pin in like part way, and then I'm going to start pinning from the other side, just to make sure that I'm not pushing a bunch of extra fabric to one side when I could be evenly distributing it. I think these are going to match up pretty nicely though, because I cut them out at the same time. So I hope they do, because otherwise something went really wrong in my cutting process. Okay, I've done like that much of the end. I'm going to just come over here and do the other end as well. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm going to actually finish this today in one sitting. I must have had some faith that I could do that because I kind of committed to it by doing this stream. But I guess it wasn't one sitting. I did take a lunch break and a snack break. But close to one sitting, one day. Okay. Just like I did on the other side, I'm going to pin down to like here-ish. And then I'm going to start working out from the middle, I think. I like to break up long pinning sections so that they're kind of like smaller pieces to handle, if that makes sense. Because it can be really challenging to keep really long pieces lined up properly. Even if you've cut them really precisely, which I hopefully usually do, but okay. Now I'm going to move this kind of to the middle. I'm just going to pat it. A lot of patting involved in this process. And once again, I'm making sure that those belt tie pieces are in the middle here and they're not going to get caught in these seams around the edges, because that would be disastrous. We would have to unpick a whole seam, which I've already done too much in this project. AKA like once. That's not too much. Seam ripping is probably a part of every single sewing project that almost everyone ever does. So no shame in the seam ripping. I'm just flipping this over because I feel like it was getting a little bit misaligned from this direction. So seems like it's just scooted a little bit right here, or maybe this bottom piece is just slightly shorter than the top one. But I don't think it's going to be an issue because it is not bigger than our seam allowance by any means, and it should be just fine. Okay. Yeah, it's scooted a little bit, but I don't really care at this point. All right. This is the last remaining section we need to pin. Then we're going to finish this belt. And so I'm noticing here by feel that part of the belt tie has scooted outwards. We're going to push that back into the middle because we don't want to sew on top of it. Because again, it would be a disaster. A true disaster. The most tragic of things. Not really at all. This world has a lot of tragedy, and me having to rip a seam out is not part of that. But I like being dramatic, okay? So. All right, just a couple more on this side, and then we can sew it and be done. Except for the button. I still have to attach the button. Don't get ahead of yourself, Kerry. All right. Okay. We're ready to sew. Let's go. My pin magnet is stuck to my project. I never did find that pin that fell on the floor. Except I just found it. It's a good sign. Okay. All right. Our seam allowance is what is our seam allowance? 3/8 of an inch. And we're going to start right here at the edge of the folded back piece. The finishing stitch. Well, almost. I'm excited to be done. And try this thing on. It's gonna be really cute. I feel like I need to wear it with turquoise jewelry and like a brown and turquoise purse or something. I did have a leather purse that I made that was brown and turquoise, but I don't remember if I sold it or not at a recent art fair. I will have to check. Because that would be the perfect purse to style this with. And it would be super cute. Okay. I went too far, so I'm gonna backstitch. I'm trying to get that 3/8 seam allowance. There we go. All right, final side. Making sure, I'm kind of feeling this whole way to make sure that these inner belt ties are not getting caught in the seam. I can't wait to show you guys how cool it is to turn this thing right side out with those belt ties attached. Seems like a small thing, but I feel like part of the satisfaction of sewing is those little small satisfying moments. So, all right, we have sewn around the whole edge. The only other thing I'm gonna do is clip these corners down so that I can get them nice and pointy. On this end, I don't know how much I really need to do it on this end. I'm gonna leave that because it's the opening and I don't want to mess it up. Someone texting me, maybe. Okay, we're good. All right, so the trick here is to just get it started and try to get the first belt tie out. I could use my little pokey tool again, but I kind of like doing it this way because it's so clever. It's just so clever. So I'm gonna get one of these belt ties out somehow. Maybe I will use my little friction-y pokey thing that I like to use and just get under there and get that belt tie starting to come out. And once we get it started, it's gonna start coming easier and easier. There we go. Okay. Wait for it. Okay, I'm pulling one out. And there's our safety pin. So now we're on the second tie. And this is just going to start turning itself right side out because of the tie. So once it starts getting bunched up like this, I like to give it a little help getting started and turning right side out. There we go. And then we can just keep pulling and keep scrunching. And we have a right side out belt. Now, we're just going to tuck this in right here on the end so that it's nice and organized. And then I'm just going to sew that closed. I should probably press it first, but I feel like I'm debating. I want to be a good example, so I'm going to go press it first. I'm going to go press this entire middle section so that it's nice and flat and wide. And then I'm going to come and sew that closed. And then I got to put a button on the dress and then it's done. Okay. To the pressing table. Why, pressing camera? Why did you have to die? All right, I'm going to take this safety pin out and put it in my pocket. Now I'm going to once again try to find these true edges of the seams here to try to get the belt really in the shape that it was meant to be in. So I'm going to kind of use the iron to help me push those out to the edges, but I'm also kind of using my fingers as little rolling pins. Also, sometimes you can use your fingernails to get in there and really pull the seam out to the edge. This one's giving me a little bit of attitude right now. Got past that part. Okay. All right, now I'm thinking about which button I should use. The button doesn't actually show because the belt covers it up, but I still feel like it's an important choice. So I need to decide. Maybe a wooden button would be nice on here, or a black button, one of the two. Or a turquoise button would be really cute and contrasty with the brown fabric. All right, we're almost to the other end. So close. But it's giving me attitude again, so hold that thought. Okay. Ha-ha! It's be pressed. Gonna turn off my iron and come back over here and close up the hole in the belt. Sew a damn button on and be done with it. Let's see. I'm grabbing a button. Okay, hello. We're back over here. Let's open up my box of goodies and decide on a button. Oh, this is where I keep the twill tape, I think. There's some twill tape in here. Anyways. Alright, I want it to be big enough to catch on that button loop, so I think I'm gonna look in this bag of wooden buttons and see what I can find. I feel like something just like this, honestly. It's really simple. I think I'm just going to use that. Okay. Button chosen. Just that easy. All right. We have the button. We're just going to close up that little hole in the belt where we turned it right side out. I'm just going to do a little top stitch. You could also do this by hand, which would look a little bit more professional, but it's such a small spot that I don't really care enough. Just trimming off threads. What did I call them earlier? The evil butt threads. Why? Why, Kerry? We wonder. All right. That is all sewn closed. We have a belt. A very cute belt that needs a little bit of pressing right here because there's a wrinkle in it, but I'll take care of that in a second. For now, I am going to grab a hand sewing needle and do this very, very final step of sewing on the button to the dress. I'm just going to double check the placement. Okay, the placement is going to be right at the top of the pocket here. So here is the button loop. So it's going to be on the opposite side of that at the top of the pocket. I am going to just put a pin here to hold my place. Okay. BRB. Gotta grab a hand sewing needle. Box of goodies number 2. Okay. I have some beeswax in here. Sometimes I will wax my thread a little bit if I'm hand sewing. And then look at this absolutely gorgeous thimble, one of 2 that I got as a wedding present. So beautiful. It's from New Mexico. So we're gonna come in here. Where have I put the button? Why do I always do this? All right, the button has got to be here. It was under my needles. All right. And get a needle out of here. Just one. Nope, just one. Thank you. Got a needle. I am just going to pull some thread from my sewing machine because that works just fine. And easy way to tie a knot, to lick your finger. You don't have to, it just makes it better. Put the thread in front of your finger, bring the other thread around, twist it up, and then pull it down, and it'll form this not very pretty but effective knot. So I'm gonna put that knot through on the back here. And oh, this song kind of reminds me of one of my favorite singers, Sabrina Claudio. If you know her, she's fabulous. My friend and I recently went to Red Rocks to see her perform, and she was the opener for another couple of artists. And as a big power move, we didn't really care about the other artists. Oh, I've got a big old thread loop on the back here. We didn't really care about the other artists, so we literally went to Red Rocks, waited for the opening act, watched the opening act, screamed and sang our hearts out, and then left and went to the parking lot at Red Rocks, sat on top of the car and ate cheese and crackers and listened to our favorite artist even more on the car speakers. So that was fun. Oh my gosh, it keeps doing this obnoxious looping thing. I don't know why. I'm not a big fan of hand sewing. There we go. I usually would just sew this button on my other sewing machine because it has a zigzag stitch, but I don't feel like it's kind of like the battle of the laziness right now. So I'm gonna just gonna do it here on this one with my hands. I'm gonna do it here by hand. Oh my god. How many go-throughs of this am I gonna have to do? Because this is really annoying. You can tell I'm at the end of the project because I'm full of gripe. Griping constantly right now. It's also almost 8 p.m. and I have been sewing since 10 a.m. So, I'm tired. But this is the very final step, and I want to finish this on here and show it to you all. And then I'm going to go away and come back later with some other project, some other day. I'm going to put a schedule up on my stream soon with like the different kind of shows that I want to do, which is going to be really fun. So I've got Sewing After Dark, which is going to just kind of be like a fun like get together and sew with friends. I really want to have guests on that show, and it'll be kind of like late at night, loopy, funny sewing. And then Miss Anna here in the chat, I hope I didn't misgender you, Anna, but Anna in the chat suggested, because I have a PhD in Jungian and archetypal psychology, to have like a dream stream where I talk about dreams on a stream, and it rhymes. Thanks, Anna, because that went right over my head the first time I said it out loud. But the dream stream is going to be really fun. I'm going to give tips on dream interpretation, and if people want to come in the chat and ask for specific dream interpretation advice without it being psychological advice, disclaimer. I will be talking about dreams, one of my favorite subjects. Dreams and sewing, really. So, all right, I am tying a knot now with this hand sewing business because I'm over it and I'm done. All right, we got a knot. I kind of like to just put my thread through some other part before I cut it. After tying a knot, for some reason, I feel more secure that way. And chop. Gonna put this away, and then I'm gonna stand up and do the full try on. And it's gonna be super exciting. All right. It is like getting dark outside. Shocking. I knew this was gonna take forever, this project, to cut out and sew all day, so here we have it. All right. The Wildwood wrap dress by Sew House 7 is complete. I made this view, but with the short sleeves. So I made the long skirt, short sleeves. Let's try it on. All right, I'm gonna put the BRB screen on, and then I'm gonna do like a reveal once I have it on. So be right back. Oh my gosh. It is so cute. I'm tying the belt. All right. We ready for the reveal? In however long it takes me to walk over here and turn my camera off to the one where it only looks at my face. No more center stage. Okay, here we go. I feel like I need to stand on something, but it is so cute. Absolutely love how it came out. I think it would look really cute with like my hair up, with some little tenderlies like so. And I am gonna get something to stand on so you can see the bottom. Okay. There is part of it. Now I better go one more step up so you can see the bottom. Oh, this is so precarious, but I'm not going to try to turn. Yes, I am. Ah, look how cute. Ta-da! Wildwood wrap dress. Complete. I hope I have been entertaining and educational. Thank you for watching, and goodbye. And goodbye, as I find the offline button. Goodbye.